Girl, I'm staying fat. You want me to take you back? You want me to take you back? You 58 miles southwest of the GRIDLIFE headquarters in Chicago, Illinois, lies Autobahn Country Club, a 2.1-mile course with 15 corners. Site of round number 7 of 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE season. It's day 2 of 3 days of action here in our 7th round. Kyle Heyer joined now by Dana Basinski for morning warm-up sessions here. A little bit of a delay, about 50 minutes worth of delay for lightning and weather in the area, Dana. So we've got a warm-up on track combined GRIDLIFE GT and GRIDLIFE TC action, but this is going to preview sort of the rest of the day we've got, because for the rest of the weekend it's all racing all the time.
Yeah, and it looks like that's probably the only weather we'll be seeing today, looking at the radar. So this might be the only damp track that they get to experience, but they can still get a feel of what they're going to be expecting. Nice cool weather, and just see how damp it is, if it looks like it's going to clear up soon.
Yeah, so we'll see, what we've got in terms of the weather for later today. Again, it's the rain that's just passed through on the bottom right there on the radar. Been a pretty ugly morning as far as the skies, but we missed most of it here at Autobahn Country Club, so the track isn't all that wet, maybe just a little bit damp. So the morning should be relatively cool, I would think. So shouldn't be a big deal for cars on the racetrack. And of course, when we get into the track battle coverage a little later today, we should see times that are solid enough for records here. So we'll see things on track here shortly for the track battle sessions, but cars on course now. And again, I think one of the interesting things that we see is the first time we've ever combined GRIDLIFE GT and GRIDLIFE TC together. Now I know it says race 1, but we're previewing some graphics we'll have potentially for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca here to see cars on course. There's Colin King in the number 21 Viking Performance Corvette, and right behind him I think that is Jake Jornstad of the number 32 Honda S2000, but Clark Cameron's out there in the Janetta, so just getting some morning laps in here and just getting things up to 10, Dana.
Yeah, and all the time attack people that are coming up right after this are going to really appreciate these guys drawing the track out. And they're going to look at these lap times too and get a good judgment of how slow the track is based on that rainfall that we had this morning. It really wasn't that much. I bet the track is just barely damp, but it will affect the lap time. So you're going to make a judgment call of whether or not you want to go out, or maybe you believe that the track is going to be even better if it dries up and it's nice and cool from that rain. This might be the best session of the weekend. Yeah,
I mean, relatively cool weather in the mid-60s right now, to your point, Dana. So definitely a good opportunity to go fast here for the track battle guys. For the GRIDLIFE GT and GRIDLIFE TC cars, though, just an opportunity to get some oil circulating here this morning and kind of feel out the conditions. Of course, you don't normally have a morning warm-up here, Dana. You're very well familiar with the typical weekend format for ILOC GLTC, given that you're a current competitor in it. Are these warm-up sessions of value to you, or do you just kind of go out there or not go out there? What's your strategy if you had a session like this?
They certainly can be a value. The Corvette looks like you may have a problem, and Joe's not avoiding him nicely. But they can be a value if you've had a car issue and you need to make sure that it's fixed before a race where it really matters. Also, if you just don't have that many laps on the track, it's extra practice.
Oh, big hammering of the curbs there for Jake in the number 32. That is the number 21 of Colin King. Now he is stuck on driver's right. That's kind of exactly the thing that this warm-up is probably good for, is to, if something's going to break, you'd rather it break now so you have a couple of hours to get it fixed for the race. But certainly not convenient to break anytime, is it?
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if they've been working on the car or if they're trying some change, but that could have been the result of them trying something, maybe trying to fix the car, and it's not working. And I'm sure they're happy to have found whatever the problem is now instead of later in the race.
Yeah, just behind is Ayrton Grimm in that CRP Racing MX-5. There's a checkered flag already here for this morning warm-up. Just a couple of laps to circulate some things. But there's Ayrton Grimm. He's got a very similar colored car in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, which is new to him as of a couple of rounds ago. But chasing down Jake Jornstad right now on the back half of the racetrack. Ayrton's been with us now for a couple of seasons, just 16 years old. Recently got his driver's permit to drive on the street, Dana, but he's already found a lot of success here in GRIDLIFE.
Yeah, absolutely. Very impressive. Looking at the lap times that they've made, they did not get very many laps. So the track, if it was damp at all, it's probably still damp right now and drying because of the traffic. I would predict this track is going to be very fast this morning for the upcoming time attack session. As soon as the racing line has dried off from this traffic, it's nice and cool weather. It's going to be good.
So with Colin King over there on the backside of the racetrack, hopefully whatever he broke is easy enough to fix. Only 4 cars taking time in GRIDLIFE GT, only 8 in GLTC. So about half the GLGT field and about a third of the GLTC field. There's that CRP Racing number 2. Looks fantastic. These NC Miatas, we've seen a bit more take of them as of late. I think it took a couple of years to figure out the right solution for the engine swaps in these cars. Luke McGrew sort of pioneering that. I think 5 or 6 different engines over the course of his career with that car before switching to a C5 Corvette. But this car is turbocharged, Dana, so that was one of the things that they struggled with, is sort of going with the turbo setup. That's not necessarily the typical way you'd build one of these cars for this class. Typically you'd go with the 2.4, 2.5 liter Duratec. But they found a lot of speed with it. Qualified 9th, I believe, and quickest in warm-up, if that's worth anything.
Yeah, there were a few combinations that people put in these. The original 2-liter. I don't know what's in this car. If it's the original 2-liter and turbocharged.
Yeah, 2-liter turbo, yeah.
I thought so. A lot of people will go for the 2.5 out of like a Ford Fusion, something like that. And then there's also like a hybrid motor. It's like a 2.3 EcoBoost crankshaft or something like that go in, and they kind of make their own combination of it, and it's like a happy medium, and everyone has their own preference.
As Chris DeLucia has yet to set a lap time here, just an out and an in, it looks like. The checkered is already out. Now, he qualified 2nd for GridLife GT yesterday late in the going, and we had a great look at the fire laps data when he was comparing himself to Eric Magnussen, and Magnussen was sort of debriefing with Chris DeLucia by their trailers last night to try to figure out who was quicker and where. Just kind of a fun little topic of discussion, as we've got that great data partner with Fire Laps, all the GLGT cars running the Fire Link, which provides live data output to us here on the broadcast. So great insights that we'll see in the races later today, but now with the checkered flag out, we'll get set for the first sessions of the day for the GridLife Track Battle Championship. There's a truck dispatch to go snag Colin King from the exit of turn 10, Dana, but thoughts on what we're going to see in the races later today?
The races later today should be interesting. It should be perfectly dry by then, and it will be warmer, so the conditions will be exactly what we saw yesterday during qualifying. So we'll see how that shakes out.
Here's a look at your schedule for what's upcoming. Of course, it'll be the GridLife Track Battle Championship. We're a little bit delayed from this, so I would expect about 9:30 to be the track battle session versus the 9:15 you see on screen. And then it'll be a couple of races that are upcoming here. I'm looking at Saturday, but they say race 2, so I think there's a little bit of shuffling on the schedule to sort out before we get to the green flags a little later today. So Colin King will get dispatched. I think we'll take a very short break and be back with GridLife Track Battle Championship action here in just a moment's time. Slow start to the morning here with the weather and then the quiet warm-up session, but about to see track records potentially get smashed. We'll be back in just a moment.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure. Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
welcome back to a cool morning here at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland at Autobahn Country Club. Kyle Heyer once again joined by Dana Basinski here as the Colin King car still waiting to get pulled back to the pit lane. A number of drivers getting set to go on course here in just a couple of minutes. And Dana, again, the schedule's a little fluid right now. I think we're going to maybe get a rush warm-up in here, but the track battle cars are already to grid as well. Could be just an out and an in for the rush cars, but we'll see what's on tap. You see a lot of droplets on the 48 of Jeremy Hensley's car, so maybe there is a bit more moisture out there, but we'll see how long it takes to dry it out and go fast.
Yeah, the traffic will definitely help the track dry out. Yeah, it looks like maybe rush cars getting ready to do a little warm up there. 1 minute call to go out, so they'll get to check out the track, see what it's like, and prepare for the race coming up later today.
And there's the rush cars on the grid, about to head out. You see on the bottom right of the screen there all the rain and precipitation on the radar. It was an interesting morning everywhere but here. It was just sort of off the distance, enough lightning in the area to delay us about an hour, but again, not enough precipitation to really put us in much of a delay as far as track conditions. But that cool air temp, that's really the key, and the track temp probably not much warmer than that, Dana. So that's ideal conditions for going fast. For the rush cars, though, just get out there, circulate the oil, get your tires scrubbed in for the first race later today. There's Colin King on the tow strap, and we'll get the cars on track here momentarily. This will probably just be an out and a lap and an in, I imagine, for the rush cars.
It won't be a long session, that's for sure. We'll get to see how they, what sort of lap times they do, but judging by that, we'll see what condition the track is in and what we can expect coming up for time attack.
So Colin King will get pulled back, and hopefully whatever broke on that car is easy enough to fix. But like I said, that's sort of the benefit of having these morning warm-up sessions. If you got something that's going to let go, that would have been the pace lap otherwise in race one. So I'm sure he's glad for that to work out. Looks like the time attack pace car is going to head on track with Jeremy Hensley in tow. Now this could be just a hardship lap potentially, Dana, because I thought we had the rush cars out there, so he might just go for a lap here and make sure that he's ready to go for the track battle session later. And for those that aren't familiar with a hardship lap, Dana, what is that?
Hardship lap is if you've experienced a mechanical issue with the car and you believe that you have it repaired, you can request a hardship lap from the race director, and if it's granted, then they will send you out for an out and in lap, so you don't actually cross the start-finish line. You will just come out the pits and right back in the pits, and you have an opportunity to make sure your car is repaired properly for your upcoming session.
So there's Jeremy Hensley working his way around behind the time attack pace car. You'll see rush warm-up top left of the screen there. And probably won't take all 15 minutes that was on the schedule. It'll probably be a little bit less than that. A lot less than that, rather. We're, again, in that delay because of the lightning. We've got a lot going on this weekend between the GRIDLIFE GT Series, IBOC GLTC, the Rush Series, Track Battle, and Drift this weekend. Although there's not a ton of drift cars out there, there still are a few that will get their track time. You'll see more of that later today. Relatively small Rush Series field here this weekend, 13 cars, but as we talked about, the aggression level picks up a little bit. As caught back of this safety car and with Jeremy Hensley in tow. So we've kind of got two pace cars that will peel off this time, one being the MX-5, the other being the Subaru in trail, that number 48. Rush has been fun to watch just in the qualifyings and practices so far, but you know, even with 13 cars, they're bound to put on a show. Big sends, a little bit of slipstream to help. And again, we don't have any of the top 5 in the championship, but those that are here were the ones that were at the pointy end at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course back in June, the last time we had a non-points round in the championship.
Yeah, this Rush race coming up should be a good one to watch this afternoon. All the top 8 cars, about 1 second gap between the top 8. So very, very close racing. All equal cars with only minor changes you're able to make. So it's going to make for some very exciting racing.
And for those that are unfamiliar with the Rush SR, this is a sports racer built by Rush Auto Works. They start around $45,000. They are all bespoke bodywork. They've got some custom parts on them, of course, but the engine is a 1000cc GSX motorcycle engine. They're chain-driven cars, and if you want to change the gearing, effectively you're changing sprockets on these engines. But they put on some great racing. They have some aero, and they're very, forgiving to drive. We've seen a lot of drivers come that are new to the Rush Series and have a pretty good time getting up on the limit with them. They seem to handle slip angle very well despite their short wheelbase. They've got a lot of aero grip relative to their size and scale. That open cockpit feeling that gives you that, that sports racer prototype thing at a fraction of the cost of what you'd otherwise be paying. And the racing this year, average field size is in the 30s. It's been really fun to watch these guys get after it 3, 4, 5 wide in some places. And they're easy to transport because they're a little smaller than your typical race car, Dana, so that has to help.
Yeah, it's pretty funny actually watching the 4-car trailer unload about 8 of these rush cars, and with spare parts.
Also helps that the bodywork comes off with just a couple clips, so you can access and work on them very easily. But the idea here is that you can get a lot of performance in a relatively inexpensive and lightweight package. And they also have another product that has been debuted, but they're sort of taking a step back to focus on the Rush SR production. But the new Rush SRX debuted earlier this year, slightly wider and an additional 150 or so horsepower. And you're making nearly 300 horsepower in a package that doesn't weigh a whole lot more. And they're turbocharged. They also have push to pass and DRS. So they're really neat. We saw a couple of them at the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta event we did earlier this year in collaboration with Formula Drift. And we expect them to return next season in a multi-class format, which, given what we saw at Road Atlanta, should be a lot of fun once those cars get dialed and have some more customers. If you're interested in learning more, head over to the Rush Auto Works website. Take a look at them. If you're looking for a high-performance track vehicle that you can immediately race without having to futz around too much with parts and pieces, Dana, it's a pretty good place to start.
Yeah, ready-to-race car certainly has its advantages. You don't have to worry about building anything, and you don't have to worry about picking all the right pieces and making them work together. It's already built, ready to go, and cheap to operate.
Ooh, big lockup there for this car. Is that Jason Ayler?
Yes.
In the front there, that 74. He was struggling with lockup yesterday, too, with the right front tire. And these cars don't have traction control or ABS. Big counter steer there as well, chasing grip a little. But he's been dragging that right front tire. And I imagine maybe a little adjustment of brake bias, maybe more rearward would help with that. Have the rear wheels do some more of the braking, but that can also create some instabilities on the brakes. But he's been struggling mostly into those right-hand turns as he pulls the weight up off the right side tire. The weight all goes to the left, and all of a sudden you're dragging that tire across the surface. Now what that'll do is it'll grind a flat spot into it, and every time you go to the brakes and lock up again, it'll continue to find that same spot. That time into turn 1 looked a bit more tentative on the brakes, but didn't lock up there as we get the checkered flag here. And Nick Billingsley to the top of the board, 131.334. Jared Anderson, Jason Ayler, and Ayrton Grimm. And we didn't get full participation in this morning warm-up, but Grimm a little bit quicker in these conditions than he was in the dry conditions yesterday.
Yeah, he just hopped out of his GLTC car, probably immediately into the Rush car and went out on track with no delay. So, I mean, he's got to adapt quickly. So just to be competitive in that is its own challenge.
And back around the far side of the course, turn 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. And this track flows pretty well, Dana. It has a lot of similar characteristics to that of Carolina Motorsports Park in Kershaw, South Carolina, where we began our season in April. Designed by the same engineer, Alan Wilson, who's also responsible for Gingerman Raceway, Barber Motorsports Park, and Pittsburgh International Race Complex, just to name a few. All those I just mentioned, except for Barber, are on the GRIDLIFE calendar in 2025. Head up the backstretch and head back to pit lane, and timing's already been cleared, so that tells me, Dana, we're about to send track battle on course, so probably won't be much of a delay at all. A little conundrum here in the backstretch, getting everyone sorted to come back to pit road. But we always run our track battle series slowest to fastest, Group D to Group A, and so our focus will be on the Club SC category cars once they head out on course.
I'll be interested to see the Group D lap times because they are about, the Rush cars were about 1 second off of their qualifying time, so really not far at all. I would expect the track to improve even more during this first time attack heat.
So green flag already, and Dana, if you want to take a break, we'll toss Alex Moss here, who's been hanging out with us this morning for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Alex is a competitor in GRIDLIFE GT this weekend, but he's helping us out on the broadcast from his seat right next to me here in the conference room in the South Tower of the Autobahn Country Club. Alex, good morning and welcome back. You're here just kind of hanging out with us, tentatively deciding if you wanted to go out for the GRIDLIFE GT warm-up, but you like to kind of hang out. And you were telling me that the track's not really wet enough to impact the grip levels, so this should be a pretty quick session this morning.
Yeah, I think what we saw in the warm-ups, the first warm-up, it looked like to begin with the lap times were 3 or 4 or 5 seconds slower than we'd seen in practice and qualifying yesterday. The rush, as Dana just said, is about a second slower, so definitely improving here. I expect by the end of this Group D session that the track will be really in perfect condition for these guys.
So as they head out on the racetrack, the class we'll be following primarily in this one will be the Club SC cars, like I just mentioned. And the fastest car of the weekend thus far in Club SC has been Mike Jansen in the number 156 Honda Civic. He's the championship leader. But there's been some updates on this timing and scoring chart that I have in front of me, including 2 disqualifications from times yesterday. That would be Sam Dooling in the number 370 and Nicholas Berg with a DQ in the number 216 Honda Civic. So that means that Lennon Radcliffe maintains second place, but it's actually Jack Coughlin, David Best, and Jacob Collins that are currently qualified in to the podium sprint, which will be tomorrow afternoon. So plenty of time for those other 2 drivers to go back out now after making their corrections. Not sure if it was a dyno or some other compliance issue, maybe underweight, but Dooling and Berg will have to start fresh today.
Yeah, it could be any number of things. Could be a compliance issue, like you said. Could have been a 4 wheels off somewhere that we didn't see that got the time scrubbed. But they're running these cars, and they have to run these cars with such thin margins on the weight and on the dyno performance and what have you, because that stuff makes a big difference. That occasionally you're going to end up on the wrong side of that compliance margin, and that's just kind of the nature of the game, I think.
So Daniel Moore, the 128 Honda Civic, he had a moment, I think at Road America, had the left front wheel come off going down to turn 1 right out of the pits.
Never a good thing. Obviously, some kind of a mistake there on forgetting to torque the wheel or something like that. Yeah, not ideal.
So he's the first one out there. Malimba Sampa in the number 519. That's a Nissan 350Z. He's on track. John Chan in the 970 GT86. Dallas Reed's on course in a Corvette. But Jansen and Radcliffe 6th and 7th in line. The 156, the black EG Honda Civic. See Daniel Moore really getting sideways there on the curb. But have a look here. Current track record at Club SC, the only one that exists right now is the front-wheel drive subcategory. Mike Jansen beating it yesterday by about 8/10 from what it was previously. 143.006, just 15 thousandths behind is the number 116 Corolla of Lennon Radcliffe.
Yeah, and I expect this session we may see that record fall even further. Looking at the body language of this car, it does not look like it's struggling for grip at all. When we saw it go onto the painted surface, that may be still a little bit damp. We saw the car get a little bit out of shape there, coming out of the Patience complex. But it looks like the grip is there on the track right now.
There's Jack Coughlin who's given a point by here. A little bit of traffic on the back straightaway to navigate. David Best is trying to carve his way through it. That's the orange Honda Fit in your shot. Brand new sponsors on the side of that car with the Seb's Garage logos. Those are new for this event. Always love to see stickers start getting added to the doors as the season goes on. Alex, you know how hard it is to put a program together, and it takes a lot of partners and people for all these drivers. Lennon Radcliffe just jumped up into the mix there as well. There's David Best. No time on the board just yet.
Nope, just coming around to finish their first lap here, I think. And yeah, putting a program together is tough at all levels, and trying to put a competitive program together is even harder.
And also note that Sam Dooling just ran a 146, 157. I thought that's actually fairly off the pace. We'll see maybe next time around if they'll go a little quicker to get up towards that 143 that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, may have been caught up in a little bit of traffic as these guys kind of shake it out. Seeing those Club SC cars going through a couple of Club TR cars, that makes me think that maybe there is still a little bit of a grip issue somewhere on the track, and so the Club TR cars backing it way down. But with that said, these guys look fully committed and ready to go.
A couple other classes represented on track. There's a few track mod cars out there and street mod as well, but primarily looking at Club SC and these pink stickered cars. David Best jumping the curbs there in these Honda Fits. And Alex, you've had the chance to drive one of these Honda Fits in the past. You look at these cars on the street and you don't really, take a second look. They're commuter cars. They're designed to be relatively lightweight and simple and reliable, but that's exactly what makes them such a good race car.
Yeah, I mean, they're a full commitment car. So actually, as I'm thinking about these lap times, if there's a grip problem, or not grip problem, but if the track isn't fully gripped up yet, you're going to see it more in these cars because they have to, every mile an hour they give up somewhere, it takes them forever to get back down the straights because they just have no power whatsoever. And that really makes it so you don't want to give up a single mile an hour. Not that you ever want to give up a mile an hour in a car, but especially so in these Club SC cars. So you are just full commitment from the moment of turn in all the way through the corner to try and maintain and conserve as much of that speed as you possibly can.
It's Del Mar in that number 245, the street mod class car. And that's Noble Dumas in the Honda Accord. There's Daniel Moore again in the track mod EF Honda Civic. Something about these EFs, I always like to look at these things, and this, you could probably attribute this car and the Honda CRX to the creation of GRIDLIFE as we know it, given that co-founders Chris Stewart and Adam Jabay bonded over Hondas back in the 1990s and early 2000s, and a couple of years later began running track days, originally Honda Meet at Gingerman Raceway in South Haven, Michigan, and 2014, the beginning of GRIDLIFE as we know it today. There's Lennon Radcliffe, currently second this weekend in Falcon Club SC. These cars are all running on the spec Falcon RT660 Plus or RT660 tire. And we're within about a second of what we saw yesterday lap times wise, but Radcliffe needs only 15 thousandths to go faster. And then right ahead of him, that's Sam Dooling, the car that had a disqualification yesterday. So navigating their way through turn 15 and maybe a little slipstream, but that's a great angle here to see just the height difference in the two cars. There is a modifier for frontal area. So, and what we mean by modifier is you have to take a little extra weight if your car is effectively not a Honda Fit or a Mazda 2 or any of those cars that are much taller in stature. Lower, wider, and in the Civic's case, the double wishbone suspension, that's an additional modifier as well. There's Jansen in the back of that shot there. So these are your front three, I think, in terms of speed this weekend, although Nick Berg has been threatening, and he's back up to third place at 144.297. I think he's a good ways off of where he was. Is that true yesterday? Yes, he ran a 43.6 before the compliance issue.
Yeah, so they're still about a second off what they were running yesterday. Jansen about 1.3 off the time that he set yesterday. They do seem to be getting faster lap by lap here, so it does look like the track is improving a little bit. Sometimes hard to see some of that moisture that might be just in the track that's residual from the rain that we had earlier. But every lap that passes, that's going to be heated up, brought out of there, and dried out. So every single lap, this track should get better until it meets its peak, and then as the heat comes, we get the Fiesta off there. Where is that?
It's looks like that's driver's right. That's turn 12.
Yes, yeah, turn 11, turn 12. So that'll put a damper on it.
And it's Kanga, I believe, in the Ford Fiesta. Mario Kanga in the 210. He's off track in not a terrible spot, but I don't think they want to leave him there for too long. So we'll see if that clears itself. But there will be a yellow flag over there, so you can't pass, and there's a little bit of an expectation that you slow up a bit and don't fly through there on slip angle and things like that.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to be going there, and it's a little bit of a bad look to set your fastest lap if you've gone through an area with a competitor just a few feet off the racing surface.
Yeah, certainly. Again, not necessarily directly in the way. This is one of the cars that is currently qualified into the podium sprint by virtue of those other two having issues yesterday, and that is Jacob Collins in an MX-5 Miata. Now, the story with MX-5s in Club SC, involves a little bit of drama late last season. but the MX-5 was sort of deemed as an outlier in many ways for this category. Again, 25-to-1 power to weight, so 25 pounds per horsepower. But these MX-5s had a lot of advantages, being that they're much lower and they're very light, and they make really good power. So you sort of need to choke them down. You have to have an open diff MX-5. So there's a lot of things about this car that, well, this is not going to be one of the faster NA Miatas out there, but it seems to be performing pretty well in the category this weekend. Best time for Collins, a 150.4. That was yesterday, so he's a little ways off of that this morning.
Yeah, Miata, great car, I think, for always a good track day car. Doesn't look like it doesn't look like we've seen a competitive one show up yet for Club SE, as far as I'm aware. But no reason it couldn't be a fun car in the class.
Yeah, we haven't seen a competitive one since Richard Sawicki's. That was one of the ones that sort of drew all the attention to them as such a solid build. But Richard, I think, is here this weekend running that car in Eibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. So checkered flag is out here on Group D for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship. Of course, you see that yellow top of the screen for, Mike Jansen just improved. What was that improvement at the very end? Dueling did a 143.7, Jansen only a 143.9, so we're still 7/10 off of what we were doing yesterday. But to your point, Alex, the more that these cars run, the drier the line's going to get. If there is any moisture still left in the track slowing us down, by the time we get to Group A, this track should be absolutely prime condition.
Yeah. If I'm in Group B, Group A right now, I'm licking my lips for what this track's going to be like by the time I get out there.
There's the 105. I think it's that. I'm trying to remember the name of it. There's a couple. There's a 205 RX-8. There's a 105 RX-8. And that's Corey Smith behind the wheel. And the 205 RX-8, I think, is in, I'm going to say, Street Mod. Neil Shart. A very similar silver RX-8. Really throw me for a loop with the 05 numbers. And I get rotary power in this car, I would imagine, unless it's K-swapped. But again, that seems to be a pretty common shift with these engines, given that they're not incredibly reliable, but they are fun.
Yep. Yeah. What's it measured in miles per gallons of oil rather than in fuel?
Yeah, rotary engines with the much smaller displacement, really high revving engines, but they don't make a lot of torque, so you have to rev them to the moon to get the power out of them. But when you do, the sounds it makes.
Yeah, so fun, so smooth as well. None of the rattling and vibrations you get out of a typical piston engine.
Group D will head back to the pit lane. I think we'll have to send a safety truck out there to get Mario Kanga in the Ford Fiesta. We talked a little bit yesterday about the Fiesta as a platform. Again, I think probably underutilized in a couple different classes. Again, this is an ST, so it's not legal for Club SC. That's why it's in the Club TR category. But the non-ST versions, we've seen a couple of them in the past. But when I've talked to drivers about, whether you go Honda Fit or whether you go Ford Fiesta, the Fit's just a little bit better in most categories. So it seems to be sort of the default answer. But the Fiesta and Fit are very similar in a lot of ways, so there's definitely some advantages. I think the Fiesta makes a bit more power as well. Yeah,
we've seen a couple of Mazda 2s, I think, haven't we? And those are essentially a Fiesta with a different dress on. So I think those kinds of cars as well have been in the class and showed up here.
There's the full course yellow now, so they might dispatch the next group on course with the yellow. Good look at the surrounding area around Autobahn Country Club here in Joliet, Illinois. And the area around here is very interesting. It's a major shipping hub for the entire Midwest region, and all the area around here very industrial in nature. But there's a good look at off in the distance. There's container yards everywhere. There's trucks and shipping traffic, huge railroad container yards with massive cranes. And if you've gotten an iPhone delivered to your house, it's probably gone through this at some point. And I think this is just an interesting area of the world, right? Because just 50, 60 miles away in Chicago, you've got the sprawling city, and then you've got all this great farmland, and then all the hub that makes it all tick right here in Joliet. So just kind of a cool look.
Yeah, a lot of industry, a lot of shipping happens here, a lot of stuff coming and going from this area.
There's Willem Dries in the number 466 in Group C. Big story behind this car and this driver. A lot of cars in Group C. It's busy out there behind the safety car. But Will Dries in that Hyundai Elantra, and if you recall back at Road America, a really big accident in the kink. Put the car in the wall, front and rear, and wrote that chassis off. But KTM Tuners is back. Will Dries is back. this is a locally sourced car for this event. They're all the way out of California and just trying to get points. Again, he's up in third in the championship right now by virtue of some points earned at Thunderhill, which was officially the first round of the championship for this year, and trying to come home with the podium. But a little bit of an uphill battle this weekend with that car, but I don't think they've had a time to do everything that they did to their previous car. So just learning and getting ready to adjust and carry it forward for the rest of the year. So rolling very slowly behind the safety car, thinking to give the safety crews here at Autobahn Country Club as much opportunity as they can to get Mario Kanga off the racetrack. Randy Ramchand there in the red S2000. Right behind, that's TJ Ball in the track mod BMW with that short tail. Again, you were talking about how those are much more popular in Europe than they are here. And again, I can count on one hand the number I've seen, and that number is one that I've seen in GRIDLIFE.
I wouldn't call them popular. Common is what I call them.
Sure. I love that. So it looks like a flat toe for Kanga, which is good news. Means that there's probably not any fluid or anything. Could be something very simple.
Probably a boost coupler.
And back to the pit lane behind the safety truck, and we should get the green next time by. There's the lights out on the safety car. That means we're going green. And again, you don't have to bunch up like this, Alex, but again, we'll probably see a little bit more gap created behind the safety car. And I think Randy Ramchand is the leader of this group in that red S2 in the Falcon Club TR class. Let's have a quick look here at our Falcon Club TR class overview as well, as we'll kind of take a look at that category and kind of show you what we're looking at. There's a new record, Peter Granberg, which we'll see in Group A later today, 1:31.413, the time to chase. But purpose-built track day cars, you can do engine swaps here, but there's limited displacements. You're looking at about 170 to 230 horsepower, depending on your build, but consistently one of the highest attended categories in track battle, and it just captures a lot of cars that people want to build, Alex.
Yes, it does. It takes those cars that people are building for the track anyway, doing a lot of track day type stuff, non-competitive stuff, and gives them a place to come and play with limited or in some cases no additional modifications needed.
There is Ramchand leading the way, TJ Ball. I think that is Garrett Glossary in the red RX-8 in trail as well. Getting their first laps at speed here in the morning. And again, we did not see any records broken in Group D, but as we get a little closer, you see the wiggle there from S2. That was a nervous moment. Big bump over there in the middle of turn 5 as well.
Yep. Yeah, not too bad. Little slide. It looked like it was well under control. Does look like he's still searching for that grip. But yeah, he looks like he's got it under control now.
One of the topics when we have these mixed event weekends, including GRIDLIFE Drift, is often the condition of the racetrack and how it changes over the course of the weekend once you get the drift cars out there. No drift sessions yet today, so probably your best track conditions once the grip level comes in and before the drift cars see the course. So perhaps your best opportunity to see the front-wheel drive track record. I thought that maybe Mario Moroni had pipped that yesterday. I'm not sure if that hasn't been updated or if there's been any change to the results. I'll poke my head in here and see. Already 32.2, so yeah, that record has been broken, but Granberg still a little quicker, and again highlighted in purple up top there because that is the overall class record as of yesterday.
Yeah, as far as the drift cars and the impact they have on the course, I think that that's somewhat mitigated by the fact that we have the new podium sprint session now, so everybody's dealing and disadvantaged equally by that format. Obviously GLGT, GLGTC, wheel-to-wheel races, everybody's dealing with the same track conditions at the same time, so even if they're not ideal, everybody's impacted the same way. The only thing it really hurts is the pursuit of records, but even this weekend with the limited number of drift cars that we have, I don't see it being that big of a negative for the time attack guys there.
It should help a little bit, again, as you pointed out, not that many of those cars here, not very long sessions either. There's TJ Ball in that track mod class BMW. Again, not at the very pointy end of that field. Once you get to street mod and track mod, the weapons required to execute at a high level and go for track records, things start to get real out of hand up there, as you well know.
It certainly does, yeah. I mean, you're talking about crazy power, generally bespoke aero, well-tuned chassis, expensive shocks, expensive brakes, as much weight as you can get out of the car legally. And then you can, go even crazier than that with transmission swaps and real Frankenstein-type cars.
This car probably in this class mostly because of, I would bet, interior modifications and or tires. That usually interior, once you start ripping things out, dashboards and things of the sort, you end up putting yourself in track mud, even though you might not have the aero tire or engine power to compete. But 36.8 for TJ Ball in track mod, and his best time of the weekend is a 35.0, so still about second and 8/10 off from where he's been.
Yeah, and I suspect that's what it is with that BMW. Looking at it, the interior does look like it's been gutted, and then if you look at those rear windows, you've got the Naga ducts in there as well. So, I suspect those are plastic rear windows, which will, I believe, get you pushed into track mod from the other classes too.
It's interesting. It seems drivers sort of take this from two different angles. This works by Ronnie Remchand there. There's some drivers that will bring their car into Grid Life and have already gutted it and committed to it being a track car. So it's already got a lot of modifications that would basically move it up into a category that it probably doesn't belong in performance-wise. And the other side of the story is in things like Falcon Club TR, where the rules allow you, especially in the case of adding safety modifications, to do quite a bit more than drivers want to do. So you sort of end up with two different angles where some drivers sort of outclass themselves, and sometimes drivers will be disappointed that they have to take out their carpet because it was a street car in the case of Peter Granberg, but he's been in street mod and then now back to Club TR. But it's just part of finding your groove. And Peter said, it was nice when my car was drivable on the street and I could drive it to work every day, but I want to win, so I'm going to do everything it takes to do that.
Yep. Yeah, and it's important to note that there isn't, I don't believe there's a single class in Grid Life Time Attack where you are prevented from making safety modifications in the intent of keeping it a full street car. If you want to put full cage in even a street class car, I believe you can, and you can make the interior modifications reasonable to make that happen. So you can do what you need to do to build a safe and fast car. But there are lines that need to be drawn. I mean, as you mentioned, people will build a car, then bring it to Time Attack and say, well, this is by the rule of track mod car. Whoa, big slide there from that Corvette.
Yeah, Tim Lutz, he had a big bobble yesterday. He's really getting after it. And these C5 and C6 Corvettes don't have a lot of aero from factory. And again, he's running in street mod where you are allowed some aero, but he's not running any, at least anything different than what the car comes with. And they can be a handful at high speed.
Yeah, never had the opportunity to drive one of those on track, but they certainly compete very well. Everybody who drives them and drives them well does well in them. Obviously, they do seem to be a good answer to the what should I buy for a track car question.
And, I mentioned yesterday that we've done a bit of a data download in the office this week looking at the different unique makes and models. There are 42 unique Corvettes run across Grid Life's competitions this year, which is about 10% of everything that we've seen as a C5 or C6 Corvette. So, again, that's more than any other model by about double. And there's a reason for that. They're getting less and less expensive. And I think you can get a good one for the mid to low 20s. And probably if you wanted to get one that's a little rattier, you could probably go lower than that. And that's a lot of performance for sub 20 grand.
Yeah, if you're going to turn it into a dedicated race car, you don't need a good one. You just need one that's relatively straight and isn't all rusted away, which I'm pretty sure they don't really rust. And as you said, they're getting cheaper, whereas a lot of the other common cars that get used are on the upswing and getting more and more expensive.
I think Luke McGrew was on a podcast lately talking about the MX-5 that he ran versus the Corvette that he ended up running in IBOC GLTC for a while. As Let's goes a little wide there at 1. And an MX-5 for one that's not a complete piece of garbage, you're looking at 10 to 12 grand for a decent NC, and you're not too much more. You get triple the horsepower, right? So there's really no reason not to look at the Corvette if you're building a track car for basically any category, sans Club TR or Club SC.
Yeah, agree.
And street, I suppose.
I would be looking at a Corvette is never going to be a bad answer, ever.
So there's Ivan Afranichik in the 371. That is off by 1 there, Mike. The car numbers there. 371 is the car. There he is. 137.613 in street class. We've seen Ivan at times. His fastest lap time of the weekend so far is a 1:36.4. But I wanted to point out also that a couple of the cars, including TJ Ball, had just run within a tenth of their fastest time of the weekend. So I think the track is getting very close to be ideal for speed here, especially when we get to Group A. We're in Group C right now. We got B and A coming up. That's where we'll see the pointy end of all of our classes other than Club SC.
Yeah, and so we might be at the point now where it's a confidence thing, where the track is good, but do the drivers truly trust it, and are they ready to commit everything to where, you know, if they're wrong, it might mean a blown lap or even an off. So the track may be good, and now we're just getting to the trust point, and do we trust the track?
I think there's a lot of drivers in the pits and paddock right now that are watching, trying to figure out, they're watching timing and scoring. How much can I commit? If the lap times are within a couple tenths, they'll know it's there and they can push a little harder. But see if Franachek picks up that time. He does, a 1:37.439, and it's still a little ways off of what he's run this weekend.
What did we say he run a 1:30?
A 36.4.
36.4, yeah.
And then Will Dries, by the way, a 35.6. And Dries had run a 36.7, so a really big pickup, 1.1 seconds for Will Dries. And a 35.6 puts him 8th in class. And he needs a 34.4, so he needs to pick up another 1.2 to be in the podium sprint tomorrow. There's Dan Mai on his cool down. Remember, top 5 in your category after all of the heats will determine who runs in the podium sprint tomorrow afternoon. Derek Linderholm picks up 1:36.245 in the 119. That is the Mitsubishi Evo's out on course. And Ryan Seiler joining us for the first time since 2021. To the top of the board so far at the 34.8. And Seiler had previously run a 35.3, so that's a nice pickup there.
Yeah, so we are starting to see some of the drivers set their best laps of the weekend now. So I would venture to say that the track is now there.
There's Zach Zhao in the 574. That's a Lamborghini Gallardo, the Zestec car. He's been working on building up the speed here. This is kind of a big car for this racetrack. A lot of horsepower. Again, Autobahn Country Club is certainly no stranger to supercar machinery. And of course, we have another Lamborghini, that being a Huracan Super Trofeo car that Tadas Karlinskas reset the GRIDLIFE track record with yesterday. But the South course, 2.1 miles. The full course is a little bit faster. You've got that jump in between the North and South course. But South, I think, very well suited for club racing. But when you really want to wind out the car like this, you don't have as much straightaway as I think you'd like.
Right. Yeah. It's probably might be a little bit frustrating in one of those cars, but I mean, still driving a Lamborghini on track. What's not to love there?
Exactly. And green flag for Group B. We're going to head out on course next. As Randy Ramchad, he spent the entire session out there on track. There's that Lamborghini pulling into the pits now. Very high shoulders on that car. Not a lot of side window. I'm sure the visibility isn't great. But as long as you can see out the windshield, I suppose.
Yeah.
So cars on course here. Mario Moroni, that's that blue and purple car. That's a car to follow. Aaron Reckendall, he reset the front-wheel drive street class record yesterday. Arthur Dvordson's been mighty quick in Club TR as well. So again, I think Club TR and Street are going to be the primary classes to follow in this group. And then when we get to Group A, it's a little bit of everybody.
Yep. Yeah, a little of everyone in Group A, with exception of, I think, Street and Club SC.
I think you're right on the money with that. So working their way around the warm-up laps here. Outlap procedures have been a hot topic this year. But looks pretty tidy right now. Led, I think that's Eric Magnussen in the 860 Toyota GR Supra. Now he's also running in GRIDLIFE GT in his LS Swap BMW M3. So actually there's a couple of the straight GT entrants, at least, that are in the pointy end of the field. That is up to, that's Adam Roman as well. So 3 of the top 5 are going to be in this group for straight GT.
Sure.
So there's Maroney in that Honda Civic, the blue and purple Acuity car, and then Aaron Reckendahl right behind him. Those two guys are definitely ones to watch. We talked a little bit yesterday about the championship battle in Club TR and how Mario still has a chance to sneak this out. I heard that he is going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, so trekking all the way across the country. There is definitely points on the line there to bring a pointy-end car all the way out to California, where people haven't built cars to our rule set necessarily. So certainly going to put some pressure on Peter Granberg, who is no longer going to Laguna Seca. But here's Magnussen, currently third in Street GT. And these GR Supras have been a really popular choice for a bunch of different classes, Street GT, Street Mod, and Track Mod.
Yep.
And just very well set up from factory, very reliable cars as well.
Yeah, reliable cars, very strong, can make as much power as you want them to make. Really good aftermarket support now. With no short help from our friends at PhD. So really great platforms to get involved in. Get involved with, I should say.
There's Mario Moroni, like I talked about in the championship hunt in the purple and blue Honda Civic. It reminds me so much of Eric Cattill's hatchback that he ran in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup competition up until 2021. Has a lot of the same sort of modifications done to the body and the aero and things of the sort, splitter up to the limit of the class rules, and he's really hustling it up on the curbs. Looks very comfortable in this car, and he's seen a lot of iterations of this over the years. And Alex, you've done the same with Super K, where you keep iterating the same car over and over and over again, and you learn every little intricacy about it, and that will help you go fast.
In theory, yeah. A lot of times you make those changes and they don't work, and you don't understand why. But it is all about learning, improving the knowledge, making the mistakes and understanding why you made the mistakes. And when you do something right, making sure you understand why that went right as well. And not just accepting that, okay, now we're faster, so that's good, we're going to leave that exactly as it was. It's important to understand all those things.
First lap, about 4 seconds off of where we were yesterday. But just feeling things out, Reckendahl similar in street class. He reset the front-wheel drive record in street. Maroney set the front-wheel drive record in Club TR yesterday. Mike Bryant as well, who's been with me commentating IBOC GLTC, so he'll be back in here a little later today, up to 4th place in this session. One of the things I love about Mario is how hard he will charge. I mean, he absolutely leaves it all on the table.
Yeah, that's the aim of the game with time attack, right? That's exactly what we want these guys to be doing and what they should be doing.
It's all about that one perfect lap. I think podium sprint has been a little bit of a challenge to sort of reel in, the excitement, the energy. But again, I think he's willing to take it all the way to the limit and go all or nothing in those sprints. I think one of these days it's going to really pay off for him to be braver than everyone else in those 3 laps that they get. So you just huck the car in, jump up on 2 wheels on the curbs there. That was really efficient. This should be quicker than last time around. Eric Magnussen up to a 31.2 in Street GT. And for Magnussen, I think that is the quickest he's ever gone. And Mario Moroni again resets the front-wheel drive Club TR record, 132.053. That's the fastest we've ever had a front drive Club TR car around Autobahn Country Club. So he is pacing the field here in Club TR this morning.
He is, and just a little over half a second behind Peter Granberg with his record lap, actually. So he's right there. Mike
Bryant had a really solid lap just then, a 132.837, and that is slightly quicker than he ran yesterday at a 132.869. So some personal bests, new records. This session is going to be quick, especially when we get to those Group A cars up next.
Yeah, I think the track really has come in now. I think the drivers have the confidence now, and so it's time for some first laps and some records to be set.
John Laughlin was 3rd in street class. Just went a full second faster than he did yesterday at a 132.562, and that is going to be good enough to put him. He'll stay 3rd. Aaron Reckendahl did a 32.2. But that is going to be a fun battle for the podium come tomorrow's podium sprint competition. We'll see if Mario can pick up even more. He's still on it, heading down into turn 11.
He is on it, and he's still fully committed, going hard over those curbs.
And he's got a car that seems very compliant on those tall apex curbs. Eric Magnuson improves again, 131.188 in street GT. Here comes Mario Moroni again, reset the track record last time. Will he do it again across the stripe? And it is... Didn't see the pickup that time. 32.2 for Rekadal. That's a pickup. 31.9 for Moroni. That is a pickup and a new record again. So resets the track record 2 laps in a row in that Acuity Civic.
Yep, and inching closer and closer to Peter Gramberg's time here. So Peter's got to be a little bit nervous and a little bit excited. A little bit nervous that he's got somebody knocking on the door, and a little bit excited that things are looking like conditions are good for him.
Stan Feingold, 32.4. That's a tenth of a second better than yesterday. Here's Mike Bryant in the silver NC MX-5. Up in the top 10 or the top 5 in the point standings in this Club TR Championship. Fighting a little bit of an uphill battle in a chassis you don't really see at the pointy end very much, but he's gone to a K24 this year and has found a lot of speed, really dialed in from last year to this year. At Road America was really the benchmark. And this car is a threat. And come podium sprint time, I think his consistency is going to be a huge factor. It's not necessarily about going as fast as you can in sprint, it's about going as fast as you can without making a mistake, which those are two very different things.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, these sessions, there's always the next session, right? Although the morning sessions are the best ones to set the record, or set any records, or set the best time. But if you make a mistake here, it's sort of an, oh well, we can go back and do it again. A podium sprint, you have to get it done right now. That's a lot of pressure.
Oops. It's off for Ruben Enrique in the Porsche Cayman at turn 2, so he'll get back on course. Probably delete some times there. Magnuson through the stripe. Mario Moroni picked up again, 131.5. And John Laughlin's got a, well, I thought he had a problem, but he was just pulling over to let some traffic on through.
So just a tenth off Peter right now.
Wow.
Yeah.
He is flying right now. And we'll see if Granberg can maybe throw on the set of stickers and go for even quicker this morning. But Moroni is absolutely flying. There's the 103 car as one of the street mod entrants in that Subaru. I think we saw that car have an issue yesterday, if I recall. That's Jesse Myra in the Subaru Impreza.
We did, yeah. We saw that car pulled off and have to get towed back in.
Flavin up to 4th place, 133.251. This car is currently sitting 10th in the street mod running order. Aaron Rekadal around the outside, and again Rekadal resetting his own front-wheel drive record that he won yesterday in street class. Ross Ligabell in street up to 3rd place, 133.572. That's only 100th off of Laughlin. Oh, sorry, 1 second plus 100th. And for Ligabell, that is a good bit faster, about a second quicker than yesterday. So again, I'm not sure how much of this is conditions and how much of it is driver. Probably a little bit of both, as they have a day of heat under their belt and cool track temps. But fist out the window for Eric Magnuson. He'll bring the 890 to pit lane. And setting his best lap of the weekend in this session. Ruben Enriquez can come in and do one of those old self-reports for going off at turn 1.
Yep, as he has to do.
Here's Rekadal again across the stripe there, 32.208. No pickup that time through in the Honda Civic Type R.
It looks like Mario's got himself a little bit of a gap here and might be going for another flyer to see if he can snatch that record off Peter.
Still pushing, and so is Moroni. These two cars, they came out on track together, and it's interesting to me because, you know, the Honda Civic behind him is, you know, good, what, 20, 30 years older than the one in front of him, but
yep.
Depending on, you know, the Rekadal's street class build is actually fairly conservative compared to the Club TR build behind him, so it's cool to see them sort of stay together on the racetrack as they're built for two completely different classes.
Yes, absolutely.
Rekadal in street is in a great spot to maybe take it to Andy Holst in the all-wheel drive Evo. That's going to be real tough, though. Holst was a 29.1 yesterday. Rekadal getting up on those curbs. These FK8 Honda Civics, they're definitely a little boy racer with the little, you know, all the aero bits and pieces on them. But boy, are they fast. He's going to give a point by here to Moroni. So here comes the Acuity Civic now on by. We'll follow that car back to the stripe now. See if he's got anything left in the tank here. Resetting the record, what, 3 or 4 consecutive laps in a row?
Yeah, no, he's pulling in. He's obviously not got it on this lap, and checkered flags out, so we didn't get another opportunity. But yeah, just 1/10 of the overall Club TR record, and easily resetting the front-wheel drive record.
Here's Stan Feingold in the 326. No pickup that time, but he is faster than yesterday. 132.441. Neil Sharp picks up in the RX-8, the silver 205 car, 131.316. And that will be the end of Group B. So one more group here in Heat 4, Alex, but there's a lot of speed in this racetrack now, and I'm really excited to see what's going to happen here in Group A when the fastest cars of the weekend get on course.
Yeah, anticipation is building here for the real pointy end of all of these fields. I think that the pressure is on these guys. They know they've got to get it done now in this lap, or in this session, I should say. And there's going to be a lot of cars to follow to see who's going to be able to set, potentially the overall record, as well as overall class records and drivetrain records as well.
So before we get into Group A here, I think we'll take a moment and take you through a couple of the top classes as far as the class overviews. Because we talk about all these buzzwords, the street GT, street mod, track mod, and don't really spend too much time explaining what they are. So let's have a look first at street mod. Alex, this is a class that you're very familiar with.
Yeah, this is a class I've been competing in for the last 6-7 years. Really, it's a street car, which really means it needs to be registered and insured and have interior. With the best of what you can pull off other street cars. So you can engine swap, you can turbocharge, you can do transmission swaps. A little bit limited on what you can do with suspension, and you can do a lot of aero, but it's not unlimited aero. It has to be within the bounds of the car plus 5 inches.
And then in track mod, you get a little more aero allowance, and you get the option to add sequential gearboxes. And there's a couple different paths in track mod. You can either take sort of a modern supercar platform or modify a more kind of track rat chassis up to this level. You see the representation there from Alan Patton on the left, bottom left. But you've got aerodynamic performance that is exceeding what you would have on a street class vehicle. These are track-focused, single-purpose vehicles, and anywhere from 500 to 1,000 horsepower is typical here. And you can also step up to a 60 treadwear extreme street tire versus the 200 treadwear that you're running in street mod. Now, when we go to the unlimited category, we've got a handful of these cars here. The current record holder as of yesterday, that's, I see him on the right there, Tadas Karlinskis. So in that Lamborghini Super Trofeo, that is an IMSA class car that has been running all season in the Super Trofeo Pro-Am Championship. And he told me he's getting ready to go for the record again here this morning. But these are cars that they have a VIN, but everything else after that, your restrictions are extremely minimal, up to 2,000 horsepower. If you can jam more in it, why not? But you can run slick tires here as well. So you see some of the fastest cars in North America in this category. The car on the far left of that shot, and the car on the right, by the way, are here this weekend. That's Jimmy Rauch in the 921 Honda Civic. Not a lot of Civic left in that Civic.
No, probably not. I mean, that's a crazy powerful car, crazy fast car, actually. And although I don't see that Lamborghini came out on track, maybe waiting in the pits for a later, or to come out later in the session, doing the Jamie Santos strategy, possibly. But I hope it makes it out so we get to see it run now. So
there's a look at your unlimited records, and a couple of them are still standing. James Houghton from 2017 has that front-wheel drive record, but did that fall yesterday? I think it might have with Jimmy Rauch. Not quite.
Jimmy, I don't think it did. I think he got very close, but I don't think he got it.
Yeah, 124.423. So yeah, within a tenth. So there's Jackie Ding in the BMW M2, and he's getting ready to go again. He already broke the track mod record yesterday, but he's sailing into this corner. He's a local guy from the Chicagoland area, so he's going to be really well suited to break a record here in the opening moments of this session.
Yeah, he was telling me yesterday he thought the car possibly had a 22 in it when he showed up here. Not as confident in that now, but hoping for 23s, maybe 24.
So on track also Jimmy Rauch in that Honda Civic. Dewey DeWitt's out there as well in the Subaru Impreza. We'll try to show you as much of these drivers as we can, but again, Jackie turning in to turn 4. A little bit of a wiggle and a wobble there with that M2, but he is just dialed in this class. Oh, see another little lateral slide there, but he drives it in such a way that he's not really giving up time to do that.
No, he's driving that car beautifully. It looks so good while he's out there and getting everything out of that car.
Look how fast the camera has to pan to keep up with him there. Deep into triple digits on the brakes now. See if he touches any of the curbs down here. I'm not sure that he needs to use the ones here. He'll just kind of ride the edge of them. Looking really, really nice. Little slip up there, leaving 10.
Yep, just a slight wobble at the apex there of 10, but gathered it up nicely and got on the power. I don't think it cost him too much time. And makes that long straight look very short with how much power that car has.
He does. Little lateral slide again there, but his best time of the weekend so far, a 124.357. And he'll come out of turn 15, back on the power, swings back to the left, and Jackie Ding 125.171. So a little bit
slow.
off. Yeah, but again, I think just getting warmed up here.
Yeah, Jimmy Rock as well, a couple seconds slower than he was. And Dewey, I think about where he was. No, he was in 25s, wasn't he?
Yeah, 26.4, yeah. So Dewey's still a little off as well. Maybe lap 2 or 3 is the one for the speed. Jackie used a little curbing there at exit, drags the tires in the dirt, and a slip up at 5. That was a mistake.
Yeah, it was a little wide at the apex on 5 there. I imagine that scared him a little bit. Well, not scared him, but wasn't what he wanted as he went through there.
And Dallas Reed up on the board there in a 32.8. Nick Hendricks 31.7 in Street GT. He was in the mid-30s. So it seems like it's taking drivers a lap or two really to get brave enough to test the limits of the course. Jackie again throttling up down this backstretch, and he does shorten this a lot. And Jimmy Rock is closing in a little bit by the looks of it. Jumps the curbs there and nice flat slides.
So a couple of cars we haven't seen or haven't noticed yet on track at least is there's a big slide, a lot of power he's trying to put down there.
And 124.5, so about a 2/10 off.
Yeah.
Jimmy Rock 123.977.
So that breaks the James Houghton's old front-wheel drive unlimited record.
So 2017 was the last time we had a car go that fast in unlimited front-wheel drive. Jimmy Rock, the new record holder in that Rock's Trailers car right there on screen. And is he still on it? By the looks of it, maybe. Again, he's on Michelin Slick, so he should be able to. Well, I think he's off. I can't really tell.
Tough to tell, yeah.
I think he still looks to be on it.
So yeah, a couple of cars we haven't seen. We haven't seen the unlimited Lamborghini that was trying to go for the overall record, and I don't think we've seen Peter Gramberg out there either, which is surprising.
Hendricks 129.487, and that is the fastest we've seen in Street GT this weekend, I think, and that is awful close to what was the Street GT record there? A 129.487 might. Oh, it's within 2/10 of Vito Waxman's record, so Street GT's getting close. No major changes in Street Mod. And here's a look at the track mod runner, third place, Jeremy Boysen in that Porsche GT3 RS. There's, you can finally read the lettering on the side. But Boysen's first time running this in Time Attack. Great looking car, super high performance in any of the RS platforms from Porsche, and just so much grip. You don't really see these things sliding around. They just squat all the weight over the rear tires and they just go.
Yeah, it's such amazingly well-engineered cars these are, and so fast in stock form as well.
Jeremy Boysen rolls through turn 14 and 15 and comes back around to the stripe there, chasing Chris Smith. The 129.9, Jackie Ding no pickup. Boysen does pick up to second place, 29.3. All in pursuit of Jackie Ding. And it was a wild lap or two with that number 687. Here's a look at some of the replays here of these slides. Alex, this is a driver who's just in tune with the racetrack and his car.
That, I think Jackie would admit, is a mistake, but it looks cool. Here, just trying to get all that power down to get across the finish line. I think that was his best lap. That could have been the difference between getting a new updated record and just missing it by a tenth.
Yeah, he just missed his previous best by a tenth. Oh, another car on track is Tadas Karlinskis in the purple Lamborghini. So, and Peter Gramberg's out there as well. So we're going to see a couple cars go quick here, and we'll try to find them on course. There's the Lamborghini. There he is, Tadas Karlinskis trying to go, and it looks like Derek Carter's going to get well out of the way. Karlinskis breaks offline. Not sure that he's on a fast one right now.
Yeah, I think he probably was trying this, and this is the challenge with this strategy of going out late in the session, is finding the gap to get the traffic. You know, when you're on a hot lap, and some of these other cars are going to be on a hot lap, they're not expecting or necessarily expecting a car to be flying up behind them and trying to, you know, let you get by while still doing the best that you can is a tough thing to do. So you kind of play this or take this risk when you don't go out in the ordered group, where he would obviously have been right at the front of the pack and had all the clear track that he wanted. You take that risk when you play the games of going out later in the session.
Yeah, so Tadas is warming up some tires. Here comes Peter Granberg in trail. I mean, imagine this, two cars that are very unlike each other, the Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo and a K-Series Subaru BRZ. Now, Granberg has been on track a couple of laps.
Yeah, I suspect that Peter just got blocked there by the Lamborghini.
We'll have to go again here. And Tadas looks like he's throttling up now, so he should drive away pretty handily now.
Yeah.
And Peter will probably do the same. And that time through it was not a pickup, obviously. So, Peter really hot into turn one. A lot of counter steer there.
Yep, that will have cost him a little bit. I don't know how much, but certainly will have cost him some time.
Yeah, again, he's trying to defend track records for Mario Moroni this weekend and keep his top seed going into podium sprint. He already reset the Club TR record yesterday. You see that top of the screen at a 31.413, exactly a tenth quicker than Moroni ran. But you see Peter just really pushing right now. I'm not sure if he's on sticker tires here this morning. I wouldn't think that you would use them right now. Maybe you'd wait till Sunday morning again with the conditions maybe looking like the weather might have impacted them a little bit, but it's got something dragging under there as well.
There is something loose under the back of the car. I don't think it's quite dragging. Won't be helping anything. Won't be hurting a whole lot, I would imagine.
And again, Tadas Karlinskis, I think, still warming up that Lamborghini. You saw him kind of weaving back and forth, generating some tire temps, so we'll keep our eyes on Granberg until he finishes this lap. Great heads up there. I think that was Alex Roy on the back stretch getting out of the way in the BMW.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that held him up that time. It was close, but he might have been able to stay on it.
Yeah, it was close, and unfortunately, you'd hope the Lamborghini would warm up fast enough that he's not getting that close. I'm not letting cars on hot laps get that close to him.
Yeah, so no pickup again that time for Granberg. Well, we have seen, though, on this RT660, you can get a couple of good laps in before the tire starts to go away with the temperatures as well. So there's Andres Bertulis, one of the runners in the Unlimited Championship. Jimmy Routes leading it with Onassis Pizelis in second. Bertulis is in third. This Lexus RCF, sort of an untraditional way to go fast at Unlimited, but I'm a big fan of it. It's actually fairly light considering it's a big, heavy car to start with. It's got Lexan windows and things, and he's really gutted a lot of weight out of it.
Yeah, it's a neat looking car. And this is another one that's been coming back with that iterative improvement year after year, I think. That we've been seeing this car here for quite a while.
And again, when we were back at Michelin Race Road Atlanta in the rain, he was on track every single lap in the rain, getting all the experience he can. See that Lexan windshield flexing in the wind as well. That chicane feels a little awkward at times when you kind of track out and then you have to immediately go back to the left, kind of a compromising corner.
Yeah, it does. It looks it this way, but it's really not. I mean, you do kind of track out all the way to that exit, and then it looks like you're super pinched off. But unless you've got crazy power, you don't need all that runoff that you get after the left-hander. So it doesn't feel like you've given up a whole lot by doing it.
So Tadas Karlinskis to the top of the board with a 122.957. That's not the fastest he's gone, but given that he's on a slick tire, Alex, he could probably do a couple laps in a row.
Yeah.
So we'll try to get our eyes back on the purple Lamborghini as Andreas just went quicker to a 127.715, although I think he went a little quicker yesterday. Here's Tadas again in the 313.
It's so composed, it's tough to tell whether it's on a flyer or not.
I think he's backed it down. We'll keep our eyes on it. I think this might be one of those go fast, cool down, go fast things. But again, it's hard to pull away from a car like this, given that it's going to set the Unlimited class record for probably some years to come. So It's worth having this car on screen. It doesn't look like anyone else is going mighty fast at the moment. And we're probably running out of time in this session as well. So if he's going to go quick again, he's going to have to do it in this lap or the next. And he sees Andreas up the road. He told me last night he was intending on going for the record, but there's the checker. He's not going to get another lap, Alex.
No, he's not. And I think probably just the gamble didn't pay off, the strategy didn't pay off, didn't get that clear track that he was looking for. Also see with Club TR that Peter Granberg didn't get that lap either, and I really just hope it wasn't because he was impacted by traffic, but Peter as well. I don't think he went out at the beginning of the session in order. And so he was playing that game and taking that risk as well. And unfortunately, that is part of the game and part of the risk.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look here at our results from Heat 4. We'll start with our Falcon Club SC category where, they were the first cars on track and no pickups here for the most part. So Sam Dooling did get a legal time on the board. So did Nick Berg after the compliance issues yesterday. But Jansen and Radcliffe still rolling on their times from yesterday. In Falcon Club TR, the big story there was Mario Moroney resetting the front-wheel drive track record and closing in within a tenth of Peter Granberg, who ran second in this session. Stan Feingold also picked up some time. King Tao, Mike Bryant also right up in the mix for that track battle podium sprint tomorrow. In street class, Aaron Rekadal improving on his track record. John Laughlin picking up, Ross Ligabell and Jan Wildner also going faster than their times yesterday. Throw Willem Dries in that category too. He needs to find another second for podium sprint though. And then in street GT, Nicholas Hendricks again pacing the field here and looking like the driver to beat. Ryan Matthews second, Eric Magnussen all picked up inside the top three there. And then in street mod, Dewey, we only saw out there for a lap or two. I thought we would have seen more than that, but a 27.3. John Rode again solidly in second place against Cal Fortner, Jeremy Salinas, and some more. And then in track mod, Jackie Ding about a tenth off from what we'd expect based on yesterday, but Chris Smith, Boysen all having solid runs. And in unlimited class, big improvements from a couple cars here. Jim Rauch, now the front wheel drive track record holder in the unlimited category. Tadas Karlinskis at the top of the field, but not quicker than yesterday. That's it for the track battle Q4. Let's have a look at our highlights from the session while they send the car out on a reconnaissance lap. Here's a look at how things started with Sam Dooling fist out the window here, Alex. It was fun to watch here early on as drivers sort of got used to the track conditions out there from the weather this morning.
Yeah, some of the biggest characters are in Club SC, aren't they? And some of the most fun drivers are there.
And then we continued into Group C where we saw a couple other cars on course. Tim Lutz having a big moment here at the exit of turn one, dropping tires. Gathered it up. He's using all the racetrack everywhere around this course. Then Jackie Ding having a lot of fun out there in the BMW M2 from PhD Racing. Big lateral slide there. Darius Lotfi going for a slip. And a couple Lamborghinis out there putting on a show for the fans. Andres Bertulis chasing podium in the unlimited category within track battle. Checkered flag here for Grid Life Track Battle, heat number 4.
Track. Bred on the mountains. Raised on the podium. Ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires. Race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built where power overrides gravity. And I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits? Absolutely zero. And there's a NOS zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Welcome back to Autobahn Country Club at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, round 7 of 9 of the 2025 GRIDLIFE season. 1 minute in the air here from Adam Jabay down on the grid as we get ready to go racing for the first time this weekend. It's GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1 up next. Kyle Heyer joined by Dana Basinski. Finally time to go racing, Dana, after a full day of practice and qualifying and a warm-up this morning. These drivers have been chomping at the bit to get on course and earn some weekend points to try to get that trophy.
Yeah, they have had plenty of sessions to get some laps under their belt and learn the car and learn the track, and they're going to use all of that information and go put it to use in the first race of the weekend.
Absolutely, and again, with no championship points on the line, it's all about winning the races this weekend, winning the weekend trophy. There's still a weekend trophy on the line, but a lot of our regulars here in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, this Nicholas Billingsley giving us the heart there. He's got Kelsey Billingsley a couple rows behind him for the start of this race, but I think one big thing I noticed this morning in the warm-up was Ayrton Grimm up in the top 5 there, so seemed a little bit braver in the conditions, so we'll see if he can handle the pressure from behind here on the start of this race here, Dana. Should be just one pace lap. And while they roll out on the racetrack, I love the girlfriend just brought me a bottle of water, Dana. Life is good. So Jessica's here this weekend. Her parents are also coming to see GRIDLIFE. I'm really excited about that. But it's going to be cool. It's kind of cool to show off your world a little bit. But let's have a look here at the starting lineup for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series race number 1. Hoping it's all working. I haven't taken a look at it yet, but it is working just fine. Jalen Batley on the front row alongside Bryce Mersberger. Then it's Max Kraus in row number 2. Jason Ayler will start alongside him in row number 2. Then it's Matthew Novak, the 256. Mark Charnogorski, in 6th place. And Nick Billingsley starts in 9th. Jared Anderson, that's 9th, number 9 car in 7th place. Then Jared Anderson, Ayrton Grimm starts 9th. Peter Dale rolls off in 10th. And Kelsey Billingsley in 11th. Bill Dorrance in 12th. And rounding out the tail of the field there is John Howe in the number 17. So that is your starting lineup here for this race. Dana, thoughts, expectations, what are we going to see this morning? Track is relatively cool.
We're expecting some fast laps. It'll be interesting to see how the cars work together. If the leaders, there was a few. The top 8 cars were about 1 second gap between 1st and 8th, which is really not very much. So there could be a lot of battling going on at the front of the field and keep them really grouped up. We'll have to see what happens.
So off the distance there, you see one of the container trains, the intermodal trains carrying freight all around the U.S. from nearby shipping centers for Union Pacific and Burlington Northern Santa Fe Railroad. But today, the only trains we're going to see up close are the ones on the racetrack here. Draft trains up the back straightaway. Dana, you're smiling at my stupid pun. I'm glad that's... you were a little nervous about joining me this weekend. All I said is you have to laugh at my jokes, Dana. That's all I request out of you.
Well, that's easy.
So here we go. Cars are doubled up for this race. Should be about 15 minutes in duration. Winner will earn 25 points. Fans up there on the spectator stand above the South Tower getting ready to go in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Thanks for joining us here on GRIDLIFE Live. First race of 12 this weekend between the Rush Series, GRIDLIFE GT, and IBOC GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. And we've been waiting long enough for this. Practice is qualifying warm-up lightning this morning. Now lightning on the racetrack. Here we go. Doubled up, waiting for the green flag to fly. Out in front is Bryce Mersberger and Jalen Batley. Green flag, and we're underway at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. And 3 wide down towards the first corner, but Batley is going to get out-braked by Mersberger on the outside. Mersberger takes the lead here. Ayrton Grimm trying to sneak up around the outside. He takes 5th spot in that purple and orange CRP racing car. Matthew Novak tried to sneak up the outside of the green, but could not do it here, Dana. out to turn 3 into turn 4 for the first time.
Almost single file immediately. They're all getting shuffled in order here, and they're going to try to run away. The leaders are going to try to run away and not have any side-by-side action.
And now through turn 5, another fast left-hand corner here where you're balancing on the limit. Watch Grimm close in on the car ahead of him. I think that's Nick Billingsley in the number 9 that he's trying to run down. And then it's Jason Ayler up the road, one of the drivers who won multiple races at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course the last time we were without our championship front runners. So the door is wide open for people to take advantage of that this weekend. Batley lost the lead, though, into turn 1. Just a little bit braver on the brakes for Merzberger on the outside.
Yeah, Merzberger has the advantage going down the back straight here, but Batley's going to try to get a little bit of a draft going into turn 11.
Up on the back stretch, a little bit of side-by-side. Matthew Novak in trail. It looks like Jared Anderson, potentially in the 99, is back there. But on the brakes, look at Batley. Big lockup into turn 11. He woes it down, but he got in there a little too hot there, Dana.
Another lockup. Yeah, we'll see. He's definitely brave on the brakes.
And Nick Billingsley under fire there from Ayrton Grimm. Really spicy for 4th place. And there's Jason Ayler in that 74. Watching these front 2 battle, and that lockup for Batley. Will it hurt his braking performance if he locks up again like that? Into turn 1.
Ayler is watching and ready for Batley to make a move so we can try to sneak up on them both. Get a 2-for-1 pass.
So that transition, that quick flick from right to left, big slide out to the curbs as well. Their front 3 have broken away. In the background there, though, Ayrton Grimm under fire now from Matthew Novak in the 256. So battles for 4th on back. Leaders about 10 to 15 car lengths between them. Batley was a little better in the back half of the course, and these two have kind of gone back and forth in speed all weekend long. Merzberger may be slight advantage. He did win a race back at Mid-Ohio. I think it was race 1 that he was victorious. Here's a look at their first lap, half a second between them as they came across the stripe. 131.476 for Merzberger, 32 flat for Jalen Batley. I think he'd like to just sort of separate the Gazelle from the rest of the herd here and just tackle him one-on-one without pressure from Jason Ayler. But to your point, Ayler watching and waiting in that blue and white 74 for these two to battle. Look at how much Batley's closing on the brakes, so that aggression is paying off a little bit.
Yeah, strong on the brakes into 11, but then he'll lose a little bit of pace on the exit there as Merzberger get on power much sooner.
A huge slide for Merzberger into turn 13. Flat slide, gathered it up, across the stripe. This time it was 6/10 across the stripe. Last time, 5/10 this lap around. That tentativeness on the brakes, I think, is going to end up hurting Merzberger if Batley gets close enough to have a look into turn 11 next time by. This is going to be fun to watch between these two. Merzberger using a little more track at the exit of turn 3 as well.
Both of them lighting off early, both running 29s in the last lap. Batley slight advantage, about a 10th faster.
It's interesting to watch Batley start to track down Merzberger. Ayler sort of falling out of the fight for now. Ayrton Grimm was looking at Billingsley a couple laps ago, but since had to give up the fight to hold off Matthew Novak and Jared Anderson and some more. Max Krause was also really quick this weekend, but didn't really finish qualifying where he had expected or hoped. He's now down in 8th place.
He had some issues. We'll have to see if he can work his way forward through the field.
The flat slide for Batley that time. Here's that battle for 4th we were talking about. Nick Billingsley, Ayrton Grimm, and Matthew Novak. Grimm in the purple and orange. Novak in the green and yellow car at the back of the shot. Remember that for Grimm, this is a new car to them. Big wiggle for Anderson in the background, and Max Krause will pick up. That was at the far right of that shot. Just slipped on the curbing. That painted rumble strip is a little slippery compared to the asphalt, especially if there's still moisture held in those ripples on the curbs. Those things will collect rainwater, and there was a little moisture and precipitation this morning.
I would not be surprised if they were still wet. I actually heard that the braking zone into turn 11 was still slightly off of pace where it would normally be, but by now it might be better.
Matthew Novak just hit pit lane in the 256. I think he peeled off. So that will reduce the pressure from Ayrton Grimm for a little while as he tries to close back in on Billingsley in the number 9. There's the battle between them last time by best lap between these two. Give it to Billingsley by 0.2 of a second.
Grimm now has about a 9/10 deficit to Billingsley. He's going to have his eyes set on trying to catch up to that as Batley still holds the fastest lap of the race, about a half a second back for now. And Ayler is seemingly falling back just a little bit more now, 3 seconds off.
So Ayrton Grimm trying to keep that 9 car in his sights here, especially if these front 2 start to battle and it brings Jason Ayler into the fight. I don't think it would be too long before those 2 could also potentially be involved in a little bit of a scrap. And again, for Grimm, I think this would be a solid run. Get inside the top 5 again. They didn't really seem like they had all that much pace this weekend. Still learning this car. The chassis new to them, and just before Lime Rock was when they picked this car up. Here's a look last lap around. Billingsley 0.2 better, but we'll keep this graphic up and we'll just watch the ebb and flow of the lap times deltas between these two. Billingsley at a 30.342, Grimm at a 30.571, and as we come across the stripe here, this is going to change as Jalen Batley just picks up the best lap of the race, but is 0.7 back. Here's Billingsley and Grimm, and this time by the stripe, 0.4 better by Ayrton Grimm. So that's exactly what the CRP Racing folks want to see, with Grimm closing back in.
Absolutely, only 0.4 back now, so he needs to do that lap one more time, and he'll be side by side over the line.
And need one of those laps to catch graphics. Sort of tracks the trend over the last couple of laps.
I would say 1 right now.
It would. Grimm, he's sort of locked in. You know, I think one of the things that's probably nice is coming off of events where we had, 30, 40 of these Rush Series cars. It's so chaotic with all the cars everywhere. It's like driving into a tornado every lap, that it's probably not a terrible thing to have a slightly smaller field, so you can just focus on the battle at hand rather than have to worry about getting constantly passed every time you try to set up for a pass. I'm sure that for Grimm, that's probably real nice.
Yeah, he can put all his focus ahead of him as Billingsley has a bit of a slide there coming through turn 9. It might affect his run down the straight through into turn 11. Grimm's going to have maybe a little bit of a slipstream, see if he can outbrake him.
Not a ton of straightaway, not enough to use a slipstream, but did he look a little slow on the stretch there to you?
It was further back than I thought.
Yeah. It might have just been the compression of the lens there, but looked like he was a little slower on the stretch than we were potentially anticipating. No change up front. Actually, Batley's actually quite close to Mersberger now. That battle for lead is going to get pretty hot. 0.2 seconds between them as Billingsley just runs his best lap of the race. But look at the last lap delta for Batley up to Mersberger, and here's that battle for the lead here, Dana. Up to turn 4, Mersberger leads, but just by a car length or 2 over Jalen Batley.
Batley is absolutely on it. Just reset again the fastest lap of the race. Only a 0.2 gap now to the lead. He is chasing the rabbit in front of him, waiting for any opportunity to get around him as they go through turn 7.
Yeah, and again, I think the advantage for Batley has been on the brakes. Turn 11 is the best place to do that. He's got to set up 7, 8, 9, 10 to be in position. That's this sort of carousel multi-apex complex, we'll call it, over on the backside of the track. Look at how much Batley closes on the binders.
Does Batley have a win already this year?
I don't think so. I think
you said Mersberger has 1 already.
I thought it was Mersberger then Ayler ×3 at Mid-Ohio. That was the only time that someone not named Blair Hosey or Ryan Leach has won a race this year.
If not, then Batley can see it here. It is right in front of him. He's just got to figure out a way around it, and we know he's strong on the brakes.
We'll see if he just pops out of line and goes for it at any point. Not close enough that time. Big slide for the leader, though. That'll leave him vulnerable here through turn 12. Got back on power enough to defend it. You can't really do much about it in turn 13 either. That's a fast corner rear, very on the limit. Batley is trying to track him down. It was 2.5 tenths at the line last time, but this time Mersberger gained a 10.5 back. This is a fun dogfight between these two, isn't it?
Absolutely. This is a very good battle right now. Just looking for any possible mistake. Could switch the order up here at any moment.
Into turn 4 now. No other battle is as close as this one. A couple that are about 8 or 9 tenths apart. See the delta between their best laps as well. Batley about a 10th quicker, but that's not a lot around here.
No, absolutely not. That if you could run several laps within a 10th, you'd be quite good.
Again, Batley losing some ground in the first sector and closes all of it on the brakes. And that's come at risk of his tires. Again, we've seen that 88 lock up quite a bit this weekend. But when you can gain that much, I think it's worth putting the tire on the edge of grip like that. And such a good run out of turn 10. Tucked up behind and 4 minutes to go.
Definitely close enough to think about making a move here. Is he going to go to the inside? He does.
And Jalen Batley on the brakes, locks him up. Merzberger crosses over, under, and Merzberger takes the lead back. What a pass there. Batley gave it a shot, and he might have given it all he's got because he dropped now 10, 15 car lengths behind the 114.
I think Merzberger saw that coming from a mile away, and he almost allowed it to happen and just planned the over-under.
That was actually really savvy driving by Bryce Merzberger. Batley almost had it slowed down. But that was, Merzberger understanding that Batley was likely going to go in there pretty deep. So if he backed off early, it would have made Batley look like he was driving in super deep. But he did go deep, too deep. But Merzberger crossed over beautifully, took the lead back, and now puts 1.2 seconds between himself and Jalen Batley. And you see that there on the last lap delta. Cost Batley a full second with that maneuver down into turn 11. But you have to try something. He's running around out of time here. He needs to gain another 4 to 5 tenths a lap if he wants to go up there and defeat Merzberger.
Yeah, 3 minutes left on the clock. It could be 2 laps left. I mean, we'll have to take a look. I'm sure they have spotters on the headset letting them know the race time left, and you got to make a move. You have to try it.
Yeah, Batley will shake his confidence a little on the brakes, and he'd already locked up the right front a couple of times. Onto the backstretch again. The telling detail will be the delta between these two this time around. 1.2 seconds on the clock there.
The question is, will he push even harder to try to make up that 1.2 seconds? Now, he has had a slight pace advantage the whole race, it seems.
And with 2.5 minutes to go, I would expect that we get 2 laps to go. And there's a blue flag out there for a lap car, so that will be of no mind to the race leaders for the time being, but it will be, I believe, 2 laps to go, so Merzberger has an advantage. Look at the last lap, though. He was only 34 thousandths quicker than Jalen Batley, but not really a gain by the 88, and he needed to gain a bunch there.
Yeah, we'll see how the lap traffic comes into play here. Very good job there by Howie.
Yeah, John Howe in the 17, and then looking back a little deeper in the field, here's a fight going on. This is right ahead of Anderson, I believe. That's Kelsey Billingsley, who just made a pass on Jared Anderson. And Peter Dale in the 127 making his first start in GRIDLIFE Rush Series competition in the black and blue car at the back of the shot. Fun little scrap here for about 7th spot.
Absolutely, and they know they're running out of time here. They're all going to try to look for any opportunity to make a move here, as they know they only have 1 or 2 laps to go here.
Kelsey just stole that spot away from Jared Anderson. Peter Dale kind of evaluating from behind in the black car, seeing if these two get side by side again, if it'll open up opportunity to sneak through. And watch the brakes here. I love the side view into the braking zone to watch the compression of the cars there. Kelsey Billingsley a little bit deeper, and I do see that it's likely we'll get our white flag this time. There it goes, white flag. It will be our final lap of the race for GRIDLIFE Rush Series Race 1. The leaders come across the strike now. It's 0.9 seconds between Merzberger and Batley, and here is that fight between them. Don't know that Batley's got enough time to run him back down here, Dana, but he gave it all he had and a little more.
If he can repeat that last lap, it would be less than a half second at the line, and that's just one mistake away from having an order switch up.
Got to keep the pressure on. Maybe Merzberger makes a mistake. He has been pretty flawless so far, but it's always possible.
This is probably enough of a gap where Merzberger knows it. He's just got to remain cool and clean for 1 more lap and not take any extreme risks. And it's probably the exact opposite scenario for Batley, as he's trying to make up any possible time he can to try to get some possible overlap. Maybe hope that Merzberger makes a mistake and he can take advantage of it.
What I've learned watching GRIDLIFE competition the last couple of years is you can never call it till you cross the checkered flag. And that start-finish line. Merzberger a little offline there. And Batley, I think, is quicker. I mean, we've seen that represented in the lap times this event, but not consistently quicker. And Bryce Merzberger in the 114. I think he's going to do it after 10 laps. Let's see the gain there by Batley, 4 tenths. With 2 laps to go, but on the last lap, I don't think it's going to be enough. Bryce Merzberger in the number 114 holds off, outsmarts Jalen Batley in the over-under maneuver. And the first race of the weekend at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland in 2025 will go to Bryce Merzberger in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Jalen Batley, valiant effort, but comes home just a couple seconds short. Jason Ayler will finish in third place. Kind of a lonely third in that number 74. Just now crossing the line, 9.7 seconds back. Those front two, Dana, in their own zip code.
Yeah, they're in a league of their own this weekend.
John Howe off at turn 11. I'm not sure that he's going to get back. So he's just shy of the pit lane entrance. Ayrton Grimm comes home in 6th place after Max Krause and Nicholas Billingsley. Then it's Kelsey Billingsley in 7th, Jared Anderson in 8th, Peter Dale in 9th, Bill Dorrance, I think, in 10th. Here's a look at your race results here. Bryce Mersberger, Jalen Batley, Jason Ayler, Nick Billingsley, and Max Krause, your top 5 there, Dana. Surprises in this one? Those front two just drove away from everyone else.
They did drive away. I see Krause picked up several spots during that race. A very actually close finish between Krause and Grimm, only 0.2 of a second at the line.
Bill Dorrance down in 10th place. And looking at the next page here of the last results, John Howe, Mark Trevor-Gorski, Matthew Novak out with some kind of issue early on. But Grid Life Rush Series race 1, pretty fun to watch. Let's have a look here at the highlights for our first race of the weekend for the Grid Life Rush Series. Nick Billingsley given the heart before the green flag, but on the green, it was Bryce Mersberger that went around the outside, took the lead away from Jalen Batley, who sat on pole. Jalen's big move there on the early moments to try to outbreak the 114. Couldn't get it done that time, but sat in trail for a couple laps, trying to figure out how to attack that red and white car out in front. All the while, Ayrton Grimm battled for 4th place. A little bit later in the race, Jalen Batley built a huge run here on the 114 of Mersberger, just closing lap after lap within 2 or 3 car lengths, just matching every maneuver. And this was the big move up the inside, had the lead for a moment, but brake too late, too deep. Mersberger saw it coming, crossover slide, and that was the defining moment in the race where Batley was unable to dig himself out of that hole that he created. And for the first time since Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, young Bryce Mersberger finished the race in 1st place and wins Grid Life Rush Series Race 1. Grid Life Chicagoland, round 7 of 9 of the 2025 competition season. IBOC Grid Life Touring Cup is here this weekend, along with all the other series and racing we have going on. The original wheel-to-wheel series began in 2019, and that man right there, Eric Cattell, chasing a title once again in his hybrid racing VG. We've been practicing, we've been qualifying, we've been warming up, and it's about time to go racing for the first time for 4 times this weekend. Kyle Heyer joined in the booth once again by Mike Bryant, one of our Falcon Club TR competitors this weekend in his NC MX-5. Track is pretty quick out there this morning, Mike, and it's about time to go racing.
Yeah, it was a great session for us in Club TR. Everybody was going faster. I'm excited to see what these guys do.
Yeah, so again, big field here this weekend, 30 cars. The championship battle, that's the big topic coming into this event. And it's 320 points for Matan Rosenberg in the 484, 304. I say that 320 for Matan, 304 for Eric Cattell. And again, Eric Magnuson not competing in Grid Life TC this weekend. But the wild cards are the front two.
He's standing there. He's right next to him. He's watching the competition.
And again, with the storylines coming into this event, Andy Smedegaard out front there in that 212. He is the winner from Lime Rock Park. But he's going to be a factor in this right here, the championship points as they run. Now look at how things stack up. Matt Waldbaum is here. Emil Tab is not, so he should separate himself for 4th place in the title. But those front two, that's going to be a dogfight between these two drivers all weekend long. The field rolls off the start line here. We'll have a look at the starting grid for IBOC Grid Life Touring Cup race number 1. It has been fun weekend so far. Andy Smedegaard, success at Lime Rock. He'll start first alongside Tony Marchev at his return since Mid-Ohio. Eric Cattell and Matan Rosenberg, the championship drivers, start up front. Then it's Matt Waldbaum in 5th, Lena Chin rolls off 6th in the number 917. Then it's Blake Korth in the 614. Lewis Chatroop in the 26 starts in 8th place. In 9th, it's Ayrton Grimm in the number 2. He just got out of his Rush Series car, so he's got to jump right in. And then James Smith, Julio Crispin start 11th and 12th. Row number 7 in 13th, it's Eric Jensen in the 184. Jake Jornstad back with us in the number 32 car. Then Zach Lavoie and Michael Pagano start 15th and 16th. Starting in 17th, it's Dakota Pionic. And alongside him will be Natalie Latos in the number 462. Zach Mortimer in the 369 rolls off 19th with Matt Beck in 20th in the number 67. Piero Pucci, 21st place alongside Joe Tulo in the 43 E30 BMW. Then Dai Wynn and Rory Lonergan in row number 12. In the last 2 rows, it's going to be Robert McDaniels and Richard Sawicki, 25th and 26th. And bringing up the rear of the field is going to be Robbie Vierhout in the number 95. Mike, again, good track conditions this morning. This racetrack always puts on a fun show. What do you think are the keys to coming out, not necessarily on top of this race, but just making it through it?
I think what you're going to have to do is make sure that you set up your passes very, very strategically, right? There's a lot of spots on this track where if you try and carry that speed on the outside, some places that it might work, you're not going to necessarily get the switchback that you're looking for here. There's a lot of tight, specifically Patience is a really tight zone that looks like it should be really, really good for passing. Hard under braking there and a whole lot of switchbacks, but the track gets real narrow there, so it'll be interesting.
Have a look at the weather. It was rainy this morning. We saw about 0.2 of an inch of precipitation in nearby Joliet, but it's about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, cloudy, about as nice as it's going to get here. Big breeze though, 16 miles an hour headed to the southeast, 84% humidity, so it's getting a little sticky out there despite the cool temperatures. Just one pace lap, Mike, so not a lot of time to get heat and temperature into your tires and brakes. And this front straightaway is really short, so that makes turn 1 pretty interesting.
Yep, absolutely. And turn 1 is one of those corners where you've got to get a lot of rotation initially because you're coming around basically a big bend. 1 and 2 are effectively one and the same, so you're setting up. And then 3 is that infamous corner that we've got at Autobahn. And so as you're coming through and carrying speed, if you're going too wide, that'll make 3 really, really sketchy as well.
Well, here we go. I'm on GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1 from Autobahn Country Club. GRIDLIFE Chicagoland, a home event for us here at GRIDLIFE. On the front row, Andy Smedegard and Tony Marchev. Here we go. Green flag, and we're racing and underway at Autobahn Country Club South Course on the run to turn 1. A little stack up there with Catil protecting from Matt Waldbaum. It's tight quarters, almost a stop, and it's really dicey there in the opening turn. Everyone did a nice job, though, making it through the first turn, Mike, and they're going to spill out of turn 3. Smedegard and Catil leading the way. Tony Marchev's got trouble.
That's what we're talking about. Tires aren't warmed up.
Jake Jornstad spins, slides, and back across the racetrack goes Eric Jensen, Michael Pagano. Everybody scatters. I think we might have made it out without any contact. Did Jornstad get the armco there? He might have stopped for it.
I don't think he hit it. I don't think he hit it. And that's what I was talking about. That's that big, risky corner right there, especially on cold tires.
Wow, that was a big one there. Good job by everybody to stop and see that coming in an area of the racetrack they call $1 Million Corner, and that's for a reason. We'll stay green across the racetrack for now, with that yellow still waving at sector 1. But Smedegard and Catil first and second, that was crucial for the number 82.
Absolutely. Gave him an opportunity to kind of run away here. And now you've got 2 groups of cars, basically, the front and middle.
Yeah, and I don't know if there was, maybe the 32 broke something, the way that car spun around and pirouetted. So we'll see if he's been able to clear as Rosenberg looks to the inside of Tony Marchev up the backstretch. But in that championship fight, that's what Catil needed to do, is just get himself ahead of Rosenberg. And Wins will take care of the rest, but he's got to hunt down one of the fastest in the series.
Yeah. I wonder if there was a little bit of an accordion effect as Tony got a little squirrely through there and everybody checked up.
Yeah, I think you're exactly right about that, but big scary moment when you have cars spinning, sliding all over the racetrack when the track funnels down into a chute. But Ayrton Grimm right out of the rush car straight into GLTC, and we're going across the start-finish line here. Smedegard, Catil, Waldbaum, Marchev, Rosenberg, and I think we're clear over there at turn 3, Mike. Amazing. So we'll carry on.
Yeah, look at the rotation those 2 are getting through 3. The way the back end slides through like that. Good slip angle.
Matt Waldbaum there, the number 90, the S2000 bottom of the shot. He's put himself through. Now, you know, the challenge we talked about at Autobahn Country Club, this place races well. You've got lots of passing opportunities, but it can be hard to make passes when everyone's so close. And this is what we're going to see with these front 2. Think back to Lime Rock Park, how much they had to follow each other in trail. You have to wait for a mistake. And Smedegard and Catil are unlikely to make those.
I would agree. And Catil always seems to come on strong late in the race. You know, you can never really count him out towards the end. Interested to see how much curb Andy takes on 11.
Andy seems to drive really aggressively. Again, probably one of the best mechanics in the paddock or in any paddock, and very comfortable using up his equipment. Eric Catil also, very good mechanic in his own right, Honda engineer.
Absolutely.
And seems to be happy hammering curbs even with the low body and chassis on this car. But look at the gain there a little bit for Catil into 11.
Looks like they're not using as much as I would have expected. Maybe I need to switch up my line.
It's been sort of a give and take. We've seen some drivers really hammer those over there, but there seems to be an alternate line where you don't have to use them quite so much. And we've got a battle on our hands here, Mike. Catil that time through 4/10 better than Andy Smedegaard.
You wonder if Andy is nursing the tires a little bit, or if Catil has found something.
I think Catil and Andy on such an even playing field. But go back to CMP, which is a track very similar in layout to this course, designed by the same guy. Catil dominated there. It wasn't even close. 17 seconds up the road in one of the races, and this track is so similar. Give Catil clean air. I think we could see a similar dominant weekend. That's exactly what he needs to fight for the championship alongside Tom Rosenberg, who will be going to Laguna Seca. So he needs to stack up as many wins as he can at the tracks that Catil plans on going to, which is here in Joliet and then at Pittsburgh International Race Complex in October.
Always a fascinating dynamic. Not only do you need to finish well at the races that you're going to, but what strategy do you employ on what races you attend?
That's exactly right. I mean, shipping your car all the way out there to California, that's $5 or $6 grand round trip. So that's almost an entire season of transport otherwise, right? So it's a lot on the line there. Catil and Smedegaard just matched.
And they are walking away from the field.
Yeah, Walbach not even close, 3.7 seconds back. And this is exactly what Catil likes to do, is just separate the Gazelle from the rest of the herd. A little bit more curve there that time. And sizing up Andy. This is a track that Smedegaard knows really well, based in Plover, Wisconsin, with Andy Smedegaard Motorsports, where he does a lot of the tuning for cars that you see here in the paddock, a lot of building. And Catil is going to have a look to the inside, swings over to the left as Smedegaard goes on defense here, Mike. It's a battle and a brawl up front here.
This is the racecraft that I talk about. I've been watching Catil, like I said, from 2019. His in-car videos were always my favorite because you can see him set up a pass numerous laps ahead. So he's just poking there, just showing him that he's ready. I don't think he was actually ever intending to go for that move, but it's just to unsettle Andy.
Well, I think it's working. He's got Andy looking out the rearview mirror now. But Andy's so solid. And going back to when Andy was running an S2000 alongside the likes of Tom O'Gorman. The S2000 chassis won a lot of races that year, and they weren't all from Tomo. Andy had a number in his own car. And the bones of that car are actually what Matt Walbaum is driving in third place right now. And here comes Catil, big run on the backside of the course. And the difference between these two cars, they're about 350 pounds apart in weight. The GT86 out front, Andy calls it the GT86.2. It has the F824 engine from the newer Toyota GR86, where Catil is running a Honda K24 swapped into this car, but there's very little Civic left originally. Look at this run, though, for Catil on the back straightaway, up alongside. This is for the lead.
Andy got a little bit squirrely coming out of patience there, and it looks like that run was all Eric needed.
Yeah, but into turn 11 now. Andy hangs on the outside. Catil jumps the curb side by side through turns 11 and 12, and coming back to the spectators up on the top of the building here. Door to door to turn 13. You can't do that here, Mike, but they're going to try it. Side by side, still through the last corner, coming to the stripe this time through 8 minutes to go, and Catil's on the preferred line on the front stretch.
This is the stuff we want to see. Look how respectful they're being, but still door to door.
And Catil gave it up. Gave it back to Andy there into turn 1. That inside line is so tight. But he is hounding this number 212 right now. This is a spectacular battle between these two. Andy on the back foot right now as they rumble towards turn 4.
I think that was a smart move. You tuck back inside, because if you battle too much, you give third place an opportunity. You give Waldbaum and Marchev an opportunity to come up.
Yeah, for those that might not be familiar with GRIDLIFE Touring Cup, on the first page of the rule book, it isn't anything about how you build the car. It isn't anything other than how you treat each other as racers, right? You don't win a race if in the process you lose the respect of your competitors around you. It's a core principle of this series. And Andy and Catil racing at the highest level in this series, and they know exactly how to put on a great show for the lead. What's really the disadvantage of leaving each other racing room? You have a great battle in the process.
Absolutely, and as you can see, they're not losing time. They're still 5.5 seconds ahead of third place. It looks like that's been shifting around. Marchev up in third, Rosenberg in fourth, and Walbaum in fifth.
Yeah, Walbaum's dropped a couple spots there. Good pickup there, Mike, as Tom Rosenberg trying to cut the loss to Catil in the points for the weekend. You see the purple-white on the timing and scoring. That means Cattell is the quickest of anybody on the course, and he's got Andy in a compromising position here again to turn 13. He's going to try the long way around this time. Rolls reversed. Oh, almost a little touch there as Cattell had to bail out. But I think he wanted to try the outside. I think he'd prefer driver's left going into turn 1.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's trying all the different angles. And frankly, everything seems to be working. I think Andy is really driving a very defensive line throughout this, and that's giving Eric the opportunity to try outside, try inside, and still have the run.
Now onto the backstretch now towards turn 4. Once again, watch that delta. Cattell a little slower than Smedegaard that time through. Andy pushing out to the edge of the road to see the ticker shifting and shuffling as drivers make up positions here. But I love that they can battle this fiercely and not really give up time to the drivers in trail. But Tony Marchev in that 17 after a slow start, he might start chipping away at the laps from these front runners.
Yeah, he might. I thought maybe there was a battle happening in 3rd through 5th, but it looks like they've got a little under a second of a gap between 3rd and 4th, so they're just not catching up. These two are just battling it out and still maintaining speed.
And this is the closest battle and the fiercest one on the racetrack, so we'll keep you here until they fizzle.
This is where Cattell's been really, really strong. Looks like he's made up a lot of time.
Yeah, leaving turn 10 now, up onto this back stretch. Right into slipstream here, about 115 miles an hour. What are you touching in a Club TR car down into turn 11?
111 to 113. Depending on the car.
Yeah, just about right then. So down into turn 11, look at Cattell setting up Andy on defense here. And going to swing to the left again, much better run.
Oh, this is going to be great.
Side by side again through turn 13. They did this a couple laps in a row. Cattell the long way around at turn 14. Back onto the front stretch again. 5 minutes to go as they cross under the flag stand. Cattell takes the lead away. And Andy's going to poke the nose in the inside of turn 1. He's not willing to give this up just yet.
This will compromise Eric's angle. Oh, nope. He closed the door on him. Got it.
Wow. So now with Cattell having clear air in front of him, we'll see if he just sets sail.
It looks like the rear end of Andy's car is really lively. Having trouble getting the power down. I think he makes a little bit more torque than Cattell probably does. Maybe around that 190 mark.
Yeah, into turn 5. Eric in the 82 takes the lead away, and again, I think he's just going to light the afterburners now, Mike, and just start to sprint away. And we'll find our other battles a bit deeper in the field here. Here's Zach Mortimer in the 369, Joe Tulo in the 43. Two different 3 Series BMWs from very different eras.
That's very cool to see. Different builds as well, different approaches to it.
This is down the field in about 16th place. So the Natalie Latos, Dakota Pionic. There's Piero Pucci in his first ever Eibach GLTC race in that red FRS in the background as well. And he had to dodge and weave through that opening lap incident, which for your first ever GLTC race to have to dodge incidents like that was well done.
Yeah, great head on his shoulders. Really heads up driving to be able to get through there. And man, if I was top 20 in my first GLTC race, I would be ecstatic.
Yeah, so too low in the 43, the Scully Motorsport car. It's just ahead now of that scrap that we're talking about with Pucci in the red FRS. And here's another little fight. A couple of BMW M3s, a little Shukla. This is about 11th and 12th. Julio Crispin just ahead. And Louis Chatroop running up inside the top 10. Ayrton Grimm still P7. It's a great run for him after jumping out of the rush car. And then back up to 3rd place. Here's Matan Rosenberg in the blue and white Falcon car, chasing Tony Marchev in the 17.
This is going to be a good battle. That gap at one point was around 0.6 of a second. Now he's really tightened it up here. I do love seeing Ayrton up there, seeing that NC up in 7th place, let alone just getting out of the rush car and hopping into this. It's got to be exhausting. This track doesn't give you a lot of time to breathe. It doesn't give you a lot of opportunity to relax. Marchev
and Rosenberg nose to tail still. Podium points pay out a little bit more than 4th, 5th, and so on and so forth. Here's a battle between these two. 0.4 of a second quicker for Rosenberg last time around. And here's a look at the weekend points as they run. And Marchev would be 3rd. If they were to swap positions, this would change the story just a little bit.
That's huge for Tony. That's huge for Eric.
Yeah, for Cattell in particular. I think it's less about the weekend. I mean, here's the tricky thing about this. It's more about the race wins for Cattell, but in the process, he'll probably end up on top for the weekend. But, you know, you can have a good weekend without winning, but Cattell really needs every last point he can earn. And where do those points come from? The 25 points is for the win, and he scored 1 point in qualifying by virtue of the 3rd place. Andy Smedegaard would normally earn 21 points for being in second place, but he has 3 points from the pole position. So that will give him the 24 that he's got for now.
Looks like Tony and Matan's line vary just a little bit. You'll notice Tony is swinging that out a little wider in turn 1. I noticed Matan was using a whole lot more curb through 11 as well, so it's interesting to see two similar cars but vastly different lines.
Oh, man, look at this little schnozzle on the backstretch. Look, Michael Pagano to the outside of Piero Pucci. There's Natalie Latos in the MX-5. Dakota Pionic just ahead there. Look at Pucci on the outside. That was a move into turn 11.
Respectful all around, but yeah, that was gutsy. I like it.
And he's really getting his feet wet. Around the outside of Latos there, she has to give up a little bit. Michael Pagano on recovery from that big slide and spin on the opening lap in the 116. That Japanese market BMW right-hand drive. Going to try to sneak to the inside, but I don't think worth the risk there. Matt Beck and the 240 SX going to try the long way around there in the red car.
This is what I love about GLTC. Everywhere in the pack, there is this wheel-to-wheel racing. And you'll notice the same kind of respect that we saw up in front. Even though these folks are all going door-to-door like this, they're still pushing.
Well, look at Pagano up the inside at 4. That's a bit dicey there again. Trying to get Latos to give him the inside lane somewhere. But that's going to leave him vulnerable to Beck, who carries much more speed through 4. And here's Robbie Vierhout way on the inside. That math didn't work, and he's going to push wide just a touch.
4 is an interesting place to try and make a pass. That is a fast corner with a decreasing radius. So it looks like you've got a whole lot of space as you start to turn in. But that outside edge comes up real quick.
White flag. It is the last lap. The leaders have already crossed the start-finish line here. So 1 lap to go in IBOT GLTC Race 1. There's Catil, 2.5 seconds over Andy Smedegaard. And this looks a lot like what we saw at Carolina Motorsports Park. And everybody here should be circling this 82 and putting a target on those taillights.
Absolutely. You're a little bit of a prophet there. You called that one, didn't you?
Again, I think this car is just so well suited to tracks like this. And again, it's not by as much as he won at CMP.
You know, I'm actually paddocked right across from Eric, and after every single session, he's had that car up on jacks, and they've been messing with the alignment, messing with the settings just a little bit. And you'll notice, I mean, Andy had a big gap on him in qualifying. We were wondering how that was going to play out in the race. I think those little changes that Eric's been making, we know how diligent he is about that, have really shown the results here.
Eric Catil this season has won 4 races. 3 of them came at Carolina Motorsports Park. The most recent came in race 4 at Lime Rock Park just a couple of weeks ago in August. His average finish this year, 2.6. It's better than anyone in IBOT GLTC history. The champion gets to go to Germany, to IBOT's factory headquarters, and maybe even drive at the Nürburgring. Catil getting the job done here at Autobahn Country Club. 5th win of the season in GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. Eric Catil trudging just ever closer to the chance at a second title here in this competitive grassroots series. Andy Smedegaard comes home 2nd. Tony Marchev and Matan Rosenberg rumbling the line 3rd and 4th. And Matt Walbaum, after, whoops, I thought he was going to pick up 5th, but he made a mistake in the last corner. He's going to give up P5 to Lena Chin, who will grab a top 5 position here in the 917.
I noticed Catil got a little squirrely through that final corner there as well. I was thinking maybe he just wasn't taking his foot off the gas, even though he had quite a bit of a lead. That seems like the Catil mentality. But with Waldbaum going off there too, I wonder if something was laid down.
It's possible. Yeah, certainly there could be something out there. I did see Jake Jornstad go off the racetrack early on. So maybe there was some kind of fluid or something after a slip and sliding across the grass like that. But for Eric Catil, his goal this weekend is just win everything. That's going to be his goal at pit race as well. And the unfortunate thing for Catil is it's a little bit out of his hands, because when Rosenberg goes to Laguna Seca, if he wins every race there, the math and the path to championship gets very, very slim. But Matan didn't win all 4 races there last year, so I think there's still a possibility that he pulls this out with a strong tail end of the season. Let's have a look here at our race results for IBOT GLTC race number 1. And Catil gets it done by 3.1 seconds. Tony Marchev in his first return to GLTC since June, up inside the top 5. Matan Rosenberg, Lena Chin grabs the top 5 late in the going over Matt Waldbaum, Grimm, Chatroop, Smith, and Julio Crispin. Down the rest of the order here, Eric Jensen, nice save in that opening slip up. Michael Pagano rebounds for an 18th. Piero Pucci in his first ever race, 19th spot. Matt Beck in 20th. Look down the rest of the order. Unfortunate for Jake Jornstad, but hope there's no damage to repair on that car after that slip and slide on the opening lap.
Yeah, I don't think I saw him catch the wall, so it might be something broken in the suspension. You're right. Hopefully they can get that worked out.
Let's have a look here at the highlights from Ibach GLTC race number 1.
Oh, there's going to be a lot of them.
Ibach GLTC race 1 here at GRIDLIFE Chicagoland. 28 cars rolled off the grid to take the first green of the weekend, and on the start, a little bit of a stack up into turn 1 to the tight confines of the opening sector. Then Jake Jorgensen slips, slides, Jensen dodges, Pagano dodges, everybody slips. Jake did catch the wall there on the right just a little bit, but running there pretty slow. Hoping that he's all right after all that. Did drive away. Then up front, it was a battle between Andy Smedegaard and Eric Catil, and for third between Marchev and Matan Rosenberg. Great fights a little bit deeper in the field here with Dakota Pionic, Michael Pagano, and more. All the while, Catil putting pressure on the back of the 212 ASM car that won at Lime Rock Park. These two battled there, as they did here. A little bit of a swing over, and maybe the slightest of touches at turn 13 that time around, but Catil just lined it up and drove away 3 seconds and won his 5th race of the season. Checkered flag on Ibach GLTC, race 1.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
And welcome back to GRIDLIFE Chicagoland here at Autobahn Country Club. And we've had lightning in the area once again. So what we're going to do here is, instead of lightning delay impacting our racing activities, what we're going to do is we're going to take our lunch break now. So the schedule is going to update. You see there that little cell that is just about to slam into us there on the radar. So for everyone's safety, we're going to take a break for lunch and kind of shift everything around here. So hang tight here on the broadcast. We'll be with you on the other side of this hour-long break. And we'll see you soon here from GRIDLIFE Chicagoland.
If it's way too early, obviously you're going to have plenty of time before the turn starts. But if you guys are on a 10-10 lap, make your presence known in a turn. If you don't have a reasonable expectation of you being there, they might take you. We don't want that to happen.
I don't know what to expect tomorrow. I came in knowing, hey, I got a couple things I got to knock out. Some are critical, some are optional. This mess of wires is kind of like how building the car has felt. You know, it's like a million things need to happen for this to be a complete car and to compete. There's a common saying, you want to always be in a state of discomfort, a little bit of discomfort so that you're growing, right? And I think this experience seems to be where I'm there all the time. I'm on that ragged edge of like pushing myself to the limit of what I can handle. Leading up to qualifying, I was just absolutely terrified. I mean, we're talking about 50 cars in the field, and it's a small track. I ended up with a 152, which is not fast, and it puts me 5th from the bottom, which is disappointing. I thought I would be a little higher up in pace. My car is not optimized, and I know there's some areas that I can improve in confidence, maybe a little bit of car setup too. But yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. There's so much to do. There's always so much to do. And I think that's been the theme of the weekend, is figuring out what to prioritize. Because there's so much prep, and you feel like you've got so much time between these events, and